Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Right. What are we doing today? Not yet. Let's see. There is where's the Ludum there that happened? I didn't participate in it though. There are games that were made. Did I play them? Maybe. Someone comes, who made the game for Ludum there. Then I will play their game. Yesterday I was working on cast. And I didn't finish the thing, but then I did finish the thing off stream, so we can now the let and the assigning is separate, two separate things, and they compose together basically. So instead of saying let x is 1, I can say separately let x and then say x is 1, right? So yeah, I can say that. That's the same thing. Also, I can I can now do the thing that Rust cannot do, which is x and y is equal to 1 and 2. I guess 2 and 3, for example. That is assigning to an existing variable and also introducing a new variable. So that is working now. And all the tests are working too. The thing that is not working though, I mean, we're not testing everything here that I have in my examples. All right. And one of the most important examples, I guess, is the guessing number game. If I try running that, I guess a number, then it doesn't work, right? Because input is not found. We have the input here. This is supposed to get a read line from the stdin, right? So here's the thing. We have like I can implement this. I want to implement this, right? Let's go to standard library and say input. There is no input here, right? Print. So the way printing works is it depends on the output. Output is like overwritable. It's not necessarily printing to the stdout, but to the output that is like that we have currently, right? Similar to reading files, requires a file system, and this file system can be a virtual one. So I'm just like saying, what should we call this? Like read line. Like I have the output context, hello Veldak. And what would I call the thing that is the input? Do I just call it input? Maybe. So then I just read line, which is a function giving me a string. This requires input. this right. Native read line. Now what is input? Output is something that is specified in the interpreter. I might actually want to do this not in the interpreter. We have output and input. Input is so output is something like a thing which has the write method, right? Which is a string and a unit. I think that's what it is. Reference to string to unit. That is what it is. So input, similarly to that, would be would be so what's the normal definition of the read? I guess it's something like the read, and then it tells how much was actually read there. Without the writing, this is specifically with strings, though. I don't know. I can for now say read line directly, though, I guess. Read line, nothing into string. Which means that readline, the function, would not be native. It would be instead just current input dot readline. Probably. Okay, so how about then set native input is input. Just REPL. Read line. Okay, there you go. While evaluating current context expression, context type is this. I guess in this case, this should be specifically with nothing. Like this, read line. Okay, so now it just says context is not available, right? So I should make this available in my thing. Let's see, how would I do that? So I have cast, and cast has the output. In output, we have this trait. Similar to that, we have the trait input. Function readline is what we currently do. It returns a string. Okay. Input, then input. Sure. So there you go. So by default, the default output is the one that is printing stuff to the console. The default input would be something that is reading from the standard input. stdin read line. I guess that should be like return an error too. But for now, I will just panic. We'll just return S. Okay. Then the output is being used. The output is being used over here. So yeah, so we have a native function called yeah, okay. This is the output context value. Context type. This is like the default output context, basically. It's been used over here, right? The default state. We have the default number type, default file system, default output context. So let me call this default output context. All right, and then I will similarly to that have the default input context, default input. Maybe I just call this default output, default, and the default input. So let's have it similarly. Is this being used anywhere else though? Default input. Is default output being used in some other place? Yeah, insert type. Yes, there you go. That's how we know what is the output. All right, makes sense. Default input. Okay, so what is the default input? I guess like in this case, I'm not really specifying the type here. Instead, I say that we have the context itself, which is a tuple having the read line thing, where we have the native function read line, where the implementation would be so this should return a string, right? And then I should say that S is cast input read line, and that's it. By default, we have that. Type of this function, I can just say not inferred, so whatever. Line. So this is shorter because I don't like assert the types here, which is fine. What is type here? Oh, this is function type. Okay, function type. Function type. Can I say function type? New, not inferred or something. New, not inferred. Let's have a constructor like this. Implement function type. New, not inferred. Let's go into return. Not inferred argument. So context is context. New, not inferred. Result is type new, not inferred. And result. Function output context. 68. I didn't write this, that's all. Okay, so technically this should work already, I think. Let's try. Type is not inferred, failed to hash. Okay. So they are saying that I actually should infer, should have inferred types before inserting it into the context, right? Yeah, over here. Yeah, I should have the type. Okay, fine. Fine. All right, let's see then. This should be a function. Function type. The argument is a unit. The context is empty context, and the result is a string. That's it. That's not really difficult, I guess. All right, so I say read line, and then I have the line saying hello. So this return results in hello /n string. Should I have /n there? If I go for Python and if I say input and I say hello, this will say hello without the /n, right? So I think this should be without the /n's. Yeah, I mean, in my opinion, it should be without the /n's. Why does the Rust include /n there? Read. Fine. Also had an original line of input and appending it to the specified buffer. Very new line is included in the buffer. Included in the delimiter will be appended to the buffer. Cast read line without end of line. Remove the new line from this. How do you do that? Just remove the /n? Things, no, cast 51. Hello, Brainoid. I was thinking that maybe I will play some games from the Ludum there, like your game, for example. I would not only be working on cast. I was just waiting on someone to join the stream. Because there is a bunch of games that you guys made, right? Yes. Stream and matches returns a string slice with all suffixes that match a pattern repeatedly removed. Matches /n. I'll just make this work and then I'll play your game then. So I just have read line. Hello, and it gives me hello. There you go. So this means that I think should be able to run the guess a number. Okay, function not compiled yet. Expected type got inferred into not inferred into guess a number line 13. Guess a number line 13. This thing input. Yeah, because input is not a number. We have a read line specifically. Oh. Okay, there we go. So we have a thing. It says a number has been picked. Guess 5. All right, nice. Now we have a place that was moved out. Which one? You love Lua? It makes Noita so cool game. Wait, what? Noita is not made in Lua, is it? Or is there like the modding API that is also Lua? Guess a number, line 17. Line 17, this over here. So is it that the in order to compare the string, right, you know, like over here, if s equals exit, this takes s and moves out, because string is not a copy type, right? In order to make sure that doesn't happen, can I say something like s is a reference to s, and then we will have something that's wrong, of course. So on line 18, for example, this. So parsing, it takes string by ownership. I don't even have the way to clone the things yet. It's engine from plus game in Lua, like Factorio. All right. So how should this work? When we have a quality operator, this right now is being rewritten into what? Some game mechanics in Noita comes from incompatibilities with between Lua and the engine. For example, you should a spell apply modifiers on it and it causes the projectile location to be none, which as a result causes the spell to be everywhere and can kill all enemies. It's not really the incompatibility. You can, like, it depends on how you write code. None is a thing in all programming languages, basically. Because that's like the standard for floating points, right? What's that message about, Maxerator? And of course they didn't implement everything correctly, but after bug was discovered, they kept it as a feature. Of course they did. All right. I reported a bug to Factorio, by the way, Veldek. We'll see if they fix it or not. If not, then I will use it in my 1000 times playthrough. Which makes Gleba easy. I'm wondering if they will think that that one is also a feature like some of the other bugs that we were seeing in Factorium. All right, what am I trying to do here? So the problem here is that, once again, like for example, parsing a string right now takes string, and yeah, so parse is a thing that takes a string, right? But it should instead take a reference to a string. There you go. That's what should happen. Okay. And then also the equality operator, right? And I mean, technically, like, shouldn't all the operators then have references? Have a link to that bug? I mean, you can search all the posts that I made by looking at my user, I guess. I don't have it right now. Forums is actually a little weird in Factorio also. Like, if you make a bug report, you will not get notifications about that by default. Like, if someone answers to you, you will not get any email notification, which is weird, I think. Search for Groovy Boy. All right. It's Groovy Man. I mean, this one specifically. So what do I do about this one? What do I do about this one? So right now, this syntax is bound directly to the function. But basically, what we want, probably, if I say A equals to B, should that be rewritten into like equal function, reference to A and reference to B? Is that what it's supposed to be, right? That's how it works in Rust. It's either that or having references explicitly in code like that, which would be weird. But that's what Rust does for other operators like a plus. Because we might want to take ownership of this. So it's just the comparison operators, because they are returning Boolean. Just these operators only take the things by reference, right? Okay, so let's see. Over here, equal t. We replace that with equal reference to t. Like that. So for all the comparison operators, we do this. Okay. Also here, we say... I want to say something like const const this is equal to that. And then I will implement the syntax as a macro where we have the left-hand side and right-hand side. And we rewrite this into okay, we write this into calling this function with arguments where left-hand side would be equal to reference to the left-hand side, and the right-hand side would be a reference to the right-hand side, like this. I want space in between, sure. So that's what I rewrite this into. I automatically have references before doing the comparisons. And I didn't record this properly. The fact that Vim doesn't has the multiple cursors is annoying. I was recording a macro and then it wasn't recorded fully, it seems. Or, I mean, I guess I messed up somewhere. So now I need to do all of that thing again. Let's try again, sure. I'm going to record. I remove this. I say const that. And then I implement the syntax as macro. Left-hand side, right-hand side. Into that. Hand side is reference to left-hand side, right-hand side is reference to right-hand side. Okay. Can you repeat this, please? Okay, it did it this time. Okay. There we go. So we have like a dedicated function for it, and I rewrite the syntax into calling that function with references to the arguments. Okay. This means also that expected reference to string gets string. Standard library 155 parse. Yeah, so okay, so now we need to like fix the interpreter stuff. So parse is a function that was taking the string by ownership before, but now it should be a reference to a string, right? So now this is a reference. Now this is a reference. Then I will inspect that value. For graph. App value expect. So annoying. And I have cloned for results. Does that work? Actually, one argument found 0. This method takes one argument. Which one? That one? Expect inferred ref. Okay, sure. Yeah. Value clone. Sure. Do no clone. But for now I clone, it's fine. Okay, so I have the thing. Yeah. Well, I mean, technically I can just have this thing here. Everything could be written in this place. And that should do it. Oh no, I'm actually not cloning anything. That would be parse. Function taking a reference to a string. So if I say parse 1 to 3, type is not inferred, which makes sense. If I say parse 1 to 3 into and int 32, that will be int 32. If I say parse into float 64, that would be float 64 1 to 3x. That's invalid float literal. All right. Now, if this is working, we also can say 1 equals to 2. So this says equals doesn't work for references now, right? But I should make it work for references. Equal over here. So we have binary operator, comparison operator. So they work for these. But also But these should be all references. So left-hand side and right-hand side in this case must be inferred. Values. Now they must be references. Left-hand side is left-hand side. Expect ref. Right-hand side. So right-hand side expect ref. Is this neovide? What is neovide? Neovide is this. Front end for NeoVim, which gives you smooth scrolling and animated cursor. And like other, it's just some animations. Front end for the NeoVim. Expect ref. So now if this is the reference, I need to... Can I have a better thing? So I have a place ref. I have place reference, right? This has the method that's called inspect. That works. But I don't like it too much. Should instead, like I have mutex here, right? Place state. I want something different here. I want this to be, first of all, a read-write lock, because this is like a borrow checked thing. We should be able to have multiple read references, but only one write reference, right? Could I have a read-write lock? So instead of having the inspect method, because that's just annoying having inner functions here to do anything with. Can I have public function read? So this would be a read lock, a read guard, and what is it guarding? It is guarding the place state. But I kind of want just the value here. Hello, what things are you doing? Well, right now I'm working on my language still. But I was thinking that maybe I will play some Lunamder games later. I mean, we'll see. I can rename this to cast for now. Making programming language 51. Sure. What's your opinion on them on things? Things are rough. Okay. So the question is, can I in Rust read write lock? Can I map them? Because if I say self state read, right? And this also should give me a result. Let's just have IRE result. It's fine. So I have a read. Can I do question mark here? That would be state. So I need to read the state, and then So state would be a read write lock read guard, but it's guarding the place state. Can I have read write lock read guard? Can I have a map there? I don't have any completion because it's not imported. Is it imported now? Map? There is no map. Docs std. Read write lock read guard. There is map, but map is nightly only experimental, of course. This is mapped read write lock read guard, okay. And there is try map. Mapped read write lock read guard is nightly only, okay. And that's the only method that they added nightly. Try map. Map. I cannot use this. I mean, I will be able to use this if I use the read write lock not from std though, right? Yeah. What's the Rust locks? What's the crate for locks? Rust mutex. There's std, but then there is something, I don't know. Crossbeam. Is that the thing? Tools for concurrent programming? Or is that a different thing? I'm just trying to remember. Docs, crates. If I search for mutex here. Do I want an async mutex? Actually, I don't think I want async mutex. In that case, not sure actually. Maybe. Parking lot, is that the one? That's probably the one. We have several advantages over those in the standard library. They require only 1 byte of storage space. Micro contention. Locks are adaptive. Hardware lock elision on processors that support it. Huge performance wins. Let's see. Parking lot. Version 1. I mean, the name of the crate is actually parking lot with an underscore. I'm just going to be blocked forever. Oh wait, there is no version 1? Isn't this version 1? Version 1? 50... Oh, it's the Rust version. Okay. The version of the crate itself is 0.12. Okay, makes sense. Alright, so now we have the parking lot. And read-write lock is going to be not from the STD. Import read-write lock from parking lot. Sure. We have a result. Parking lot, read-write lock, read guard. I hope that I can map those. So stage read now returns the read guard directly. It cannot panic. I don't need a question mark here anymore, right? That's the difference. So that's the state. This is read-write lock on the place, and then we say read-write lock, read guard, map. There you go. So these guys can map. So we map. This has self, so I can say state.map. Oh, 51 then. I don't know, I just all right, you know what, let's quickly, because yeah, I thought this would take quicker, but okay, back to doing things. No, 51. Sure. I just thought I would do it like in 10 minutes, you know, but there's always more things to do. What is your game then? Well, yeah, what is your game then? I saw that you made a game. I had the notification here. Brainoid. There you go. That's your game, right? I guess you just made the music for them. But you are listed as a creator of the game. I'll play it. Where's my phone? Hold on a second. Does this game work in the browser? Unity cache successfully downloaded and stored. I don't see any errors other than applying workaround for Firefox bug. What's the Firefox bug? Device change event mustn't be kept from tab in focus. Made with Unity. And then it's just a black screen. It does show me the made in Unity. Alright. Chrome. A video player in the beginning. I don't know. I played their other games. They have like another cool intro. That was working before for their other games. Enter your name here, Koopyman. Leaderboard. Brainoid, of course. Wait, hold on. Koopyman is already on the leaderboard? Easy. With no score, but I'm already there. The Hadal Zone. ASD. What is this? Octopus. What am I supposed to do? I didn't read the instructions. Am I supposed to read? Oh, I see. Okay. No, that's easy. What is this doing? Giving me some extra score? Or is that... or do I need to... What is the red thing? Just a barrier? Okay. I can make it collectible adjust to brag, so it doesn't matter for the leaderboard. There you go, easy. I don't need to go all the way to the right. Speedrun shortcut. Should you learn the Rust or Gore after learning C? What's your goal? Why would you want to learn anything? You should learn both. But Rust is more difficult to learn. It doesn't have the being friendly for noobs as its priority, but Go has that. That's why they made the language, for all the noobs to be able to work with it. Learn both and decide which one you like. Yeah. If you have the time to learn both. If you don't have the time, then I guess Go is the way. Wait, what was the speedrun time on the leaderboard? I don't remember. Am I close? Even? It's kind of like Jump King. I mean, it's not really 40 and it's not really punishing. But yeah, all right. So what is it? Okay, we just need to beat 1.5 minutes. Let's go. Easy. It would be really nice if I could see further in front of me. I feel like what I see is not a lot. Like the bottom of the screen is literally useless. There's some shortcuts too that you need to learn then. No. Can try to make use of them. Left and right walls over water. Are they? Oh, I see. Wait, can you just climb? Oh, are you saying that you just climbed up? There's a way for you to climb up there. Or no? I moved really much faster than the first try. I was like 2 minutes faster. Can I quick restart? With an R, of course. Nice. There's... Yeah, there is. Okay, that is actually the way to the right and not to the left here. Was that the last thing? Oh, shit. Alright, we just need 10 more seconds and I beat Brainoid. Easy. Hold on. The problem is the memory, though. Do I have the memory for this game? This one is bad. This one is also weird. So I'm actually doing not the intended route here, right? By doing this. How did I do it like first try, like 3 times in a row though? Like that. Galaxy is fun, is intuitive. Yeah, it is. There is like music is nice that you made for it, but there is a lot of missing sound effects. If there was like the sound effects, like the splashing sounds are really missing from here. There you go. That was the same time. That was like 2 seconds less. Music is also layered. So it's based on sections. Over here. Another layer added. I see. That was bad. Which one? Left side, yes. I hate this. This is the hardest part of the game, actually. Is that like actually skipping a lot of time for me? I'm not sure. Well, I wasted like 5 seconds. I shouldn't be wasting these 5 seconds. There you go. Which way here? Was close. Now, why did I do that? Okay, always go to the left side in this place. I remember. Which I will not remember it next time. A way to not wait in this one, I think. That was an annoying. How did I even not jump there? I lost again. It's again the same time, literally. Ah, okay. One more try. All right, whatever. I cannot do that. I'll play Pomo's game instead. KingPomoGames.itch.io. Did he change his itch name too? Or is it his new one? Dwingles. Please inform your name below. Like, if he's showing a custom cursor, shouldn't you remove the default cursor then? Hide the default cursor? Movie man. Now with 70 unique Dwingle sounds. Settings. Revert. Reset default. Revert, reset default. What is the difference? How to play. You're hungry, sad, and annoyed and depressed, and the last Dwingle is stuck in the depths of the Dwingles can get it out. WSD, arrow keys, spacebar. Okay, it's just all... Okay, why am I even using the mouse? If it's... Okay, I see. Wait, can I just make the this thing fall down? The entire can? There's something really wrong with my finger. Talent Rock, hello, hello.
Dwingles. Dwingles. Dwingles.
Dwingles.
Dwingles.
Dwingles.
Dwingles.
Dwingles.
Dwingles. Did I participate in the LD? No, I did not participate in the LD. Did you participate in the LD? Alright, this game is a little annoying. But yeah. You don't know how they got sub 3 seconds? They like, I don't know, it's physics, it's RNG, right? It's Unity physics. It's RNG, literally. Just press the buttons randomly and you get the 3 seconds eventually. Right, anyone else made the game that I know? There's a Davies game. You also made a game? Alright, let me play your game, sure. I wasn't going to play like many Ludendare games. Sure, what's your, give me the link. Games. Pogo Dwarf, hold on, I want to play this one. Jumping, but just not just up. Yeah, more like Pogo Stack. Alright, anyway. Not what I expected. But I guess kinda nice. It's like Pogo Stack, but you only can rotate like at most 10 degrees for some reason. Death lurks beneath the surface of the water, just like the cores of the unprecedented device. Hatch them all open to the exit. Is there only a Windows build? Wait, Unity player DLL is not found? Ah, no, it's something that's needed. JS proxy. What? Mm, mm, mm. I'll see if it works with this theme. Didn't work through wine. What is happening right now? There we go. Alright, it works, I think. It's beneath the surface. Play, settings. Hold space to show controls. E interact, F fishing, WSD move. Hold shift sprint, auto jumping, auto climbing. No, it's not working. Oh, okay. There's supposed to be some other stuff that is rendered on the screen, but we don't see it. Okay. Yeah, that happens. Sometimes. Because I'm not on Windows. Alright, sorry. Not rebooting. Daniel Pancake, hello. Do you make a game for the Ludum Dare? Do, 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 do. Did you see the stats? The stats of the Ludum Dare in general? I mean, I did see that someone said in the D2Jam Discord that there is less submissions this time than like the lowest amount of submissions ever or something. But how many is it? Events? Oh, hold on. How do you even see this statistics? Ludum Dare. Event? No, not here. Hold on. Hold on. I will find it. Games. Explore. Games. No. No, hold on. It's somewhere. Advanced Ludum Dare stats. Yeah, but like, how do I get there? How do I get there? Hold on. Advanced Ludum Dare. There we go. Stats. 1500 the games. I mean, this is still a lot of games, you know? This is still a lot of games. Right? Only 1600. But it still is a lot. But if you see, look at Ludum Dare 56, there was 2000. 55. More than 2000. 54. More than 2000. It's not, I mean, it's like, alright, I mean, it's like 25% less, but it still is a big number. 52 was not a lot too. What was wrong with 52? What was wrong with Ludum Dare 52? What was the theme? What was the theme? I can only see the final round here. Right, let's see game. This was Harvest. Because it was a stupid theme? Wait, what was the theme this time? Depths? Yeah. Games. Descent with caution. Depth is meh. There was a theme that was deeper and deeper. I remember that. 51, I think. Loot them there. I cannot do anything mid-air. Okay. Disable CRT. What is CRT? Oh, just the your only LD was 52. Checkpoint. You cannot control yourself in the air in this game. This is what no push-ups do to a man. They just fall apart on the slightest bump. I thought I would be able to slide there, but no. Wait, hold on. Can I do a check? If I just fall right into the... No, it doesn't work. Okay. Hold on. Can I, like, land? Like, I'm trying to land on the thing. On the slope. Near the bottom. I think it will work. No language today? I'm... Yeah, no. There will be language today. Yeah. I was doing it. I'm going to continue in a second. I don't know why I'm even playing this game right now, actually. Oh, wait, that was a skip. That was a good one. Hold on, we just do into the water. Actually, you know what? Let's just go back to the language. Fine. There you go. Gaming on main SMH. I don't think the Factory people would appreciate me playing the Ludum games either. All right, I was changing the API here with the read-write lock of the places. So like the borrow checker is literally the read-write lock, right? The third champ, the third channel post champ. Yeah, I guess we need a third channel actually. I don't know. Maybe I should not have made a second channel for Factorio, but I don't know. I don't know. It's weird now. All right, so I'm using this, and then I say state.map. That doesn't work, right? We say read write lock, read guard, colon map. Map. There's second channel. Yeah, Kuvi boy. I'm playing Factorio there. Recently. It was started as a secret channel where I would just play games instead of programming. Is that Sway i3? I'm using Hyperland. Which allows me to have the animations for the windows like this. And for switching the workspaces. Sway cannot do that, and i3 cannot do that. I mean, I guess i3 can do it with the because it's on Xorg with a compositor, which adds animations, but on Wayland, it has to be in the same thing. I'm pretty sure Sway cannot do animations. So it's Hyperland. Okay, so I map state into since this is reading, into state.get. Wait, this is a result. Hold on a second. What's the map? This must return a reference. This API. Could they potentially have the API that is different? I think a Rust even cannot. You can. I think you cannot even have something like that in Rust. Let's see. So what I want. Let's say that I have the guard, right? The read write log guard. And what I want to be able to have a function map self into f, which is impl fn once, right? From reference to t, right? So this is guard t. I guess something like phantom data t. So it's a reference from t into u. Like, if this is not a reference, can that work? So that will return guard u. Do. I think this will not work. Let me see. Function foo. Let's say that I have function foo. Let's say that I have G, which is guard of I32. And I want to return guard I64. I don't know. G map X star X as I64. This is actually working. Hold on. But what I want is to have like this tied with the same lifetime, right? How would I do that? Like if I have a string, I want to then guard a reference to stir. Guard has a lifetime, obviously. We have a reference to T inside. Kind of. Guard A stir. X as stir. Does that work? So over here, missing lifetime specifier. This should be like the same lifetime. Okay, and then, so here's the problem, right? This says lifetime may not live long enough, because returning this value would require that it must outlive this thing. Yes. Because over here, I'm not specifying that this is living for the same lifetime as A. But should it be like that? If it is like that, then it works. What's the actual definition for the so I'm using the parking lot. A read write lock. A read guard. What's upgradable? Upgradable read access. Upgrade. Oh, you can upgrade to the right guard? Okay, I see. So say map. This is not, this is like, this should work for any lifetime. If I have this thing, as I implemented it, then you would be able to do what? Like if I dereference this, then I have a reference with the same lifetime. Like, could I escape the guard then? Is that what what's the problem here? Simple giraffe, the ops ref or guard at. Type target is T ref self T. That's what we are supposed to have, right? Okay. Function main function, no. Let's say that I have this thing. Mapped is this. Star mapped as is that. So this is now just a reference to stir, and then I should be able to drop mapped, and this still compiles. Even although I would be able to print the S, right? So that means that I'm escaping the lock, right? I can even drop the G, I guess. These have moved value G. Okay, I mean, yeah, it is moved over here, yeah. So it is already dropped. Everything is dropped, which means that I don't have the lock, but I still can read the data. Yeah, that's why. So it's yeah, that would be unsafe. All right. So that's why you can only do it with returning a reference here. But like, if I wanted to return from here an optional reference, a guard that is like optionally guarding something. There is a there is a try map. Hold on, actually, maybe this is what I want. Yeah, there we go. So that's why they have a dedicated method for it. We have a function that takes and then returns an optional. So we attempt to do this, and then we return the original guard if the closure returns none. Okay, there you go. So there's a dedicated method for it. It would be nice if this was actually if this was a function that returns a result, and I would want to get the error back. So like a result would be nice. Temporarily yields the rewrite lock to a waiting thread if there is one. Lock guard map result. Maybe. Read write lock guard. I mean that's all right. I mean technically I can get the error by like I can get a reference to t by dereferencing the read guard, right? But that would mean calling the function twice, once with option and once with not. Is weird. All right, anyway. So I want here a try map. A try map. And this should, yeah, so this is get. See how this returns a result? So I want this to be okay. Then, right? This returns an okay. And then if this, so I'm going to match that. It's okay result. Then I return result. And if it's error, then I get the state back, which is the read-write lock. So I say state get. So over here, I will have to unwrap error. And that's what I return. Error. This dot into. Basically. And this is okay. That's how I do it. Mismatch types, result, parking lock. Oh, this is a dedicated type too. Wish you understand what I was doing. I'm making a programming language. I'm making a programming language. Have you tried Rust? I'm writing Rust here. And for my programming language, I'm implementing the I have been implementing the ownership semantics like in Rust, which is basically like aesthetically checked read-write lock. kind of, but I don't check it at compile time yet for myself, so I'm implementing a runtime check. Does that make sense? So places is basically like memory location where the values live, right? So in order to prevent data races, you should only be able to either read like you are only allowed to have multiple readers or only a single writer. If there is someone who wants to write to the memory location, then no one should be able to read it, right? So Rust, what it does with the borrow checker is it enforcing that at compile time with the borrow checker. Right now I'm only having the interpreter. I will have the compile time borrow checker too eventually, but for now I'm doing this as a runtime, basically. So I had an API before which says which was allowing me to inspect the value inside, but the API itself was kind of weird because like in order to do something with the value, I needed to pass a closure into this API. It just is a little weird, so I think the read-write lock style API makes more sense. Okay, this one should be mapped to read-write lock guard, I guess. I mean, technically, I want to. I guess what I want is I want to have like so like it should not have this in the implementation. Like should not this have the parking lot stuff in the public API. This should instead be result place read guard, I guess. So I will have a place read guard, right, which will have mapped read-write lock read guard values, and so this one has a lifetime argument like that. Yeah, there we go. And I will also have the place write guard, which has a mapped read-write lock write guard. From parking lot. So and then I will have implement deref. Implement deref for place read guard. Target this value deref. I just say self 0 because that thing also implements the deref. And similarly to that, the place write guard would have the deref, but we will also have the deref mut because that's the right one. It allows us to mutate the value, right? Okay. So over here, since this is okay, I say okay, place read guard result read, right? And then similarly to that, I will have a function write I mean, maybe I should not have the this thing actually. Like, what should the read return? Like, because this basically says that the value should be inside, but I can give access to the place state itself. So it's either uninitialized, occupied, or moved out. I don't know. I mean, let's have that for now. And read and write. This is going to be place right guard. So this should be right, and then we read write lock right guard by map. So, and this over here would be right guard. And this should be get mut. Let me call these read value. Maybe I will have like read, which gives access just to the place state right value. What is the result here? Maps, read write lock, right guard. Wait, why? What do you mean incorrect? Oh, it has value shape and not value? Wait, what? Get merge returns value shape, but get returns value. What? Oh, because mutable values can only be value shapes. Alright, yeah, that kind of makes sense. But it's a little weird. So this one should be... so right guard is for value shape. And not for values. Okay. So, like, for example, here, for equality of places... state... read is equal to that read. Okay. Try hash. Read try hash. Clone. So instead of lock and wrap, I just say read now. This would be read write lock. Inspect. So I think instead of inspect, I just want to get rid of this API, I think, completely. And mutate. Instead of inspect and mutate, we have the API. And then when I say when I want to assign to a new value, this over here would be right dot assign. Clone value would be read. Take value would be right. Okay. In order to display, this would be self stage read. Okay, so yeah, place ref also instead of inspect. This would be the same thing. Read self. Did I say IRE result there? Yeah, I said IRE result. Result. Place a read guard. Self place read value. Right, I would replace right guard. And if I want to claim value, you like the motivational comments? Nothing is going to work. Yeah. Cloned inferable. So instead of inspecting here, right, I say self place read value, right? So this would be value is read value. Then I would say then match value. Then I say basically if flat value impl inferable be equal to value impl. And then I return okay value clone. Right, that's this part. Yeah, that's it. I'm guessing this is interpreted. Right now it is only interpreted right, but the goal would be to compile this at some point. Interpreter though is a requirement because I have compile time evaluation of code. So in order to have comp time, you need an interpreter anyway. So interpreter is one of the targets of the language, which is the only target that I have right now. So comp time, yes, we have comp time already. This has been working for a long time. I can show you some examples once this is working. This like in the latest couple streams, I've been implementing the ownership semantics like in Rust. That is a difficult thing. I mean, I didn't spend too much time on it. I think still like maybe like 4 streams, 5 streams. We're getting there. So over here, for example, right, I'm trying to display, I would just, the reference, I just read the value here. And then I FMTF. There you go. That's what I do. That's just 10 times easier now. No method named FMT found for result. Oh yeah, because read value can fail for sure. Oh yeah, and this is not failable. This should be expect. Oh wait, display for value. If it's a reference to something that has been taken out, I actually want. Okay, so this is why I want to be able to read not just the value, but I want to read the place state. Yeah, that's what I want. Copying strings will not work ever. Where am I supposed to put that? Just stopped in to say hi. Have a good stream, Hype Girly. Hello, hello, hello. Hi, hi, hi. So in addition to read values, I want to be able to just read. So I guess the read guard and write guard should have another like T, like the type inside. Similar to just the normal read guards. T, so I say the same here. T. So read would be. Can this even fail? Sure, let's have this potentially failing. So this would be a read guard for place state. This is place read guard. So if I'm reading a value, then it would be value. If I'm writing a value, this would be a value shape here. Value shape. This would be value. Function read. Self result place read guard place state. So this cannot really fail. And because I already have the yeah, but like I need a mapped I need a mapped guard, but this is a normal guard. Can I like I mean I can map with ID function. Mapped. I guess I just map with ID function to get that. So I just say okay. Place read guard, self state read, map XX like that. Read write. This would be place write guard. You can use std converted identity. There is actually the identity function. I think I never used this one. But yeah, that's what I want here. So this should be write and not read. Maybe not prettier. I guess if I use it and I just say identity here, you know, that would be kind of prettier, maybe. You know, if I just use this like that. Oh, I need to have you associate. Okay, sure. Read, write, log, read guard, map. Because this is not a method that you can do with a dot. And this would be read, write, log, write guard, map. With identity. Try to build game for Linux, 20 minutes linking game assembly. Implementation of FN once is not general enough. Okay, you know what? Identity doesn't even work. It says implementation of FN once is not general enough. Convert identity of reference must implement FN once 1 for any lifetime 1. Because this, okay, you know, yeah, you know why? Because, wait, why? Wait, hold on, why? Why is that? Let's see. Let's see in the Rust playground. Is that a problem with Rust? I'm guessing that it like infers it to a concrete lifetime instead of to a generic lifetime. So we have a function ID t, which says x t, and it returns t, right? This is x, right? So then, but what we want is we want impl fn once reference to t returning reference to u, right? That's what we have, t u. I don't know, value t. I don't know, whatever. We don't do anything here. So then we have then I want to call this function foo with std convert identity for, like, let's say i32. So this is saying type mismatch, right? Because the signature, oh wait, hold on, yeah, so the signature here is going to be like reference to i32, right? What does this mean? This means that this is a like you see, this is a concrete lifetime. We have this unnamed lifetime here, right? So this function only works for a specific lifetime, but this saying that the function should work for any lifetime. You can kind of see it in this error message that I had before, right? The expected signature is for a fn for reference of a, you know, but when you have this function for some type, it's going to, like, it's never resulting into a generic function. You know what I mean? Because we don't have the lifetime argument on the identity. Can this even work in Rust potentially? I can say something like xt. So like I can make this inferable based on the first argument, like 1. Right? Yeah, it's the same thing. The brain is too small for this kind of lifetime issues. So this says that it's a generic function, but this is a concrete function, not a generic one. That's basically the issue. Because when you say impl fn once reference, this has anonymous lifetime here, and it's this is not the this has like the full syntax for this is for a this, you know, that's the full syntax, and that doesn't work, right? Because this is a concrete function, but we're expecting a generic function. So I cannot even use identity here. I must use XX. Or I can make my own identity which works with references. Maybe there is something like that? Let me see. Who is invariant to anonymous lifetime? The identity lifetime is fixed. It's not even invariant, like the argument is a generic thing. I don't know how to say it. Like, it's not general enough, right? Not general enough means that it's not generic. It's a concrete thing. It's like trying to pass, like option in 32, where we expect to have, I mean, we don't really have like higher kind of types in Rust, but like if we had that. Could I test the Linux build? Yeah, sure, I can test the Linux build. What was it called? Beneath. All right, let me just see if this over here, identity, if it's saying something about it. There is no identity for references. And they don't talk about this in the documentation either. That's the only function in the module. Yeah. Mismatched types. Expected read guard. Because this should be a write guard. 15 minutes of building was worth it. Let's see. Downloads, unzip, beneath LD7, Linux. Yes. Steam run. Beneath LD57, Linux. x86. Permission denied. We need to chmod it. I guess it works, yeah. There is some artifact over there, but I don't know. This may be happening on Windows 2, or maybe that's not an artifact. Maybe that's how you imagined the. It seems like there's a little bit of Z fighting on the monitor here. Yeah. Try fishing from the opposite side of the island from this tower. What am I trying to do? Fishing from the opposite side of the island. From this tower. Like, I need to fish that thing? I don't understand what I'm trying to do here. To the left from spawn. Like over here into fish? Is this a different place for some reason? What am I trying to do? Southeast part. Is this east? Is east left or right? I don't know. I'm not sure. Okay, there you go. Something happened. I would not have solved this puzzle if you didn't tell me. I mean, it did say opposite. But how do I, like, how do I know where I need to fish now? Not east, west, left. Wait, but I did catch something. And to activate tower, how do I activate it? Oh, E. There are 5 left. A, B, C, D, E. Then to activate 5 more. Further southwest, there's a good fishing spot at the end of the arrow. What arrow? Or are you saying that A, the letter, is the arrow? So we just activate 5 towers, and that's it? Alright, nice. I think I'm not activating all of them, though. So it's just like, you walk and you activate. It's, it has the atmosphere, I guess. The weirdness. Maybe there would be like the ending cutscene that I missed. But I don't want to just walk for 5 minutes. Don't swim for too long. I could drown. Alright, let's see here. Claim value, read value. If it's inferable, claim value. I read it. If it's inferable, then I clone it. Value is a place read guard value, so I need to actually dereference it before cloning, like that. Place read guard value cannot be dereferenced. Okay, I guess I understand what's happening. Read guard and write guard. The implementations were not generic. There we go, here. T. Spent 3 hours debugging LLVM. The mistake was me not setting the question mark operator usage in Rust Code Classic. Not related to LLVM at all. You didn't see the early return in code. Yeah, I mean, I understand, yes. I was trying to think if I ever had that issue. Like, technically in my language, I'm I think that I will not even have the question marks, so the early returns can happen because it would happen through the effect system automatically, you know, because yeah, there is an upside in the question mark being explicit, but similar to yeah, and similar to that, I also don't plan to have like the await syntax to be explicit. And the other things, like I can see that it can lead to issues because it's completely invisible. Question mark is sneaky because it's like very small, right? So would you like it to be a more a longer thing, like dot try, for example, instead of question mark, because that's like 4 symbols? It would be easier to see it, maybe. I don't know. I'm just like trying to think if I ever had that issue because I did not see the fact that we can return early. I don't remember such cases, but maybe there were. So like what I'm thinking about is that if we have the effect system, right? The actual code would look like this. You know, we have some function foo. So this one is like throwing an error, right? Throws some error, right? That's the code. That's like the definition of the function. And then basically in my function, like in my some other function, this also like throws this error. So because I have this definition here, this is like same as like if we talk about exceptions, this is similar as Java's checks exceptions. So I just call the foo here without any question mark, right? I am able to do this because I have this annotation, but I can see how some effects I want to know where, like I want to know about the call if some effect can happen. And similar to this, like async await, async foo would be like async foo to sync, like do I want the await here? Do I want the try here? Try foo. No, I mean I like the postfix dot try, similar to dot await. Hello, Nerdsoul. But like these are just the 2 examples, right? These are just the 2 examples. There are others. The try makes sense. So I do have the try operator. It works if I actually, so like there's multiple ways to handle errors, right? The way Rust handles it is we have full returning result, right? So that's what I don't want to do. I mean, I want to allow this, right? But I also want to allow that because then I don't need to wrap everything in okay. You know, it's yeah, there's kind of a trade-off here. They are both explicit in terms of like the definition of the function, but when you are calling a function, you either get a result or you get the or you get like the okay value and automatically like performing the effect otherwise. But maybe like some syntax that allows you to not do this automatically. So like, you know, when I call a function, whenever I call a function, I should like I should have like the handlers for the effects in scope, right? That's the current thing. But we could make it explicit passing too, so I could have like foo like with something with throws. I don't know. It's all weird. This is because this technically works as an implicit argument for me, so I could make it explicit instead. The throwing already seems automatic in design compared to results in Rust. Not clear where the values end up. What do you mean not clear where the value ends up? The value that you throw? It ends up in the handler of the error. So like eventually somewhere I have the actual like try or two, right? And this over here. So right now the way it works, or at least it was working. I don't know if it works right now. This actually gives you a result, right? So try is the operator that takes a function that has the effect of throwing an error, and it gives you back a result. So it's like it's converting the effectful, the throwing computation into a result. Is there any other languages with the effect systems? Like I mean the only question that I have is like we have this being implicit, right? Like because all of the effects that are implicitly passed. I mean that's by design though. That's by design, the fact that everything that the effects are implicit when we call a function, because there can be like 10 of them, like 20 of them, a lot of them, you know. Errors is just one of them, but maybe some like errors we don't want we passed implicitly, so we still like need something to know that this can throw. Some of the languages with the effect systems, they do the effects with a keyword. So in this case, it's perform alert. Right? So I mean, this is like throwing an exception though. What about composing functions together? What about OCaml? OCaml, that's a language you haven't seen yet. The egg. I found it yesterday. I think it's very early. Is foo throws ABCD valid? Well, I mean, right now I don't have that syntax, but I guess it should be something like that, yes. It should like throws should accept a set of errors, similar to Zig. Like I guess like Zig is a good example. I guess Zig is a good example, because if we talk about errors, that would be literally the same thing, right? Errors that it values is the best. So like Rust, I mean, errors are still values. They are still values. But have you seen Zig, for example? People like error handling in Zig, I think. It's kind of similar. It's like, it's just you don't need to wrap the OK always. So like you treat the normal path and not the error path as if there was no errors, right? But you can also return an error from a function. It's kind of the same thing. But I'm wondering how it works in Zig with you combine functions. Hold on a second. Let's go into Zig projects. Zig. There was Zang. I guess I can go here. Source root. Just run. What do I do here? Zig run. I mean, just Zig run. Zig run expects at least one position argument. Test.zig. Okay. So this is a test. This was I was showing the branded stuff here. Okay. Let me see. Void main. Or how do you do this? Hold on a second. I don't remember how to write Zig. Function main void. There you go. Right. My NeoVim is hanging. Reload. Why was it hanging? So I save and it hangs because I'm trying to format, I'm assuming. So the formatter is broken for Zig. Is that why? I can do Control C and then it stops. Okay. This is weird. Hello, Pomo. Whenever I write a file, it just hangs. What's wrong with it? Zig. Their blazingly fast save formatter is broken. I'm using the old, like I was already working in this, so I didn't update anything, right? If it was working before. Yeah, I'm saving and it just stops. Why did I switch from VS Code to Vim? I don't know. I don't care much what I use. Dang. Let's try this in Vim. In VS Code, I mean. Does this work? Okay, this works here. Okay, run. You had that in Rust when your LSP was a different version from your Rust? But I didn't update anything. I already worked in this before, right? This is where I was trying to draw a triangle with Zig. Is it? Wait, hold on. Is it because... Wait, what? That's not what I'm trying to run. Or is it like compiling all the code? Why is it running that code? What? Oh, it's trying... Wait, hold on. It's doing Zig build run. Even though I clicked on this thing, this also is working bad. The language server is bad. Okay, that's the old one though. Anyway, I just do Zig run test Zig. Drenv reload. Incremental. I don't know. Like this button does not run this thing. It runs the entire project, which like is a different thing. This is a standalone file. Zig run. There you go. So this runs now. Okay, anyway, what I was trying to say is that we have a function that can return void and it can return an error. An error is what? Is an error can be an I32, right? It can be any type. Is that right? So that's how you do it. This is like a result type in Rust. This is okay, and this is the error, right? And I have function foo2 void I32. So I call the function foo here. Does this work? Foo2. So this says expected set error set type found void. Hold on, I don't remember anymore. Is there an example? Get started. Documentation. Error handlers. Pound. Exclamation U64. Oh, wait, is this the other side? I think it's the other side. It's supposed to be... It's supposed to be basically... instead of void I32, it's supposed to be I32 exclamation mark void. Because the OK is on the right side, maybe. So yeah, but I32 is not an error. So we need to have here error, right? And I say I have my own error, right? So const error is error. Like that. Is that what you do? All right. So now when I call foo2, it says error is ignored. So in this case, we just do catch error, right? This must be used though. Can I say underscore? How do you say like underscore is e? Is that what you do in this language for unused variables? All right. So in this on this line, it is also ignored. So how do I forward the error in Zig? Do you just do this like foo catch e throw e try? Oh, you do have the try here, right? Okay. So yeah, error is discarded. Wait, what? Error is discarded is an error? Stupid thing. Consider using try catch on error if. How do I make this to be not an error? I want to ignore the error. Zig, ignore error. Ignore? No? ChatGPT. How to ignore error in Zig. You can use underscore equal. That's what I'm doing. Stupid, like stupid warnings being errors. I hate it. Can I just catch underscore? Maybe that's what I can do. Discard of error on capture, omit it instead. And just catch. Is that what you do? That's weird. Alright, anyway. So you have a try operator, yeah. But if this returns like an integer, then you just return that anyway, right? 1. Let x be this. Wait, how do you do 32x? I don't know. Anyway, I don't remember anymore. Const. And then you print 0 x. Return 1. Yeah, like you see how over here we just return the thing. I don't wrap it in an error. I guess that's the thing that's kind of better than in Rust. But it's but Rust also special cases the errors. Otherwise, it's basically the same thing. Catch 1, 2, 3. How do I do this here? How do I make the result of the catch? Like this should result in a default value, right? In case we have an error. Zig's errors are limited to enums, no extra data allowed. Well, I mean, yeah, but that's like you can imagine a language that allows this to be anything, right? Like this is basically a global enum, kind of, right? A global extendable enum, I guess. The error keyword is extending a list of errors. Zig does not support algebraic enums, I'm pretty sure. Zig ADT. Zig union enum. Zig language reference. There is unions, right? Oh wait, hold on. Tagged union. There is tagged union. This thing. Unions can be declared with an enum tag type. This turns the union into the tagged union, which makes it eligible to use for switch expressions. So you have like a tag as a separate type, and then you have a union based on the tag, like this. So the data corresponding to OK is U8, and the data corresponding to this is void. I mean, it's basically the same thing, yeah. Yeah, it's a little bit more explicit, I guess. Which is a nice thing. I wish in Rust I could have the type tag. There is like the discriminant function, but it's giving you an integer instead of like a separate enum, which doesn't have the data but only the tag. That would be nice to have. So you generate it sometimes with derive macros. Are errors a special thing? In Zig, they are, yes. Anyway, we were just like thinking about, I was just thinking that in my language right now in the design, we are handling the errors through the effect system. So think like checked exceptions in Java, I guess is the closest thing if we talk about errors specifically, right? So what is different and what is maybe bad is that I don't require the try keyword in order to call a function that potentially throws an error. All I need to do is to have a handler for the error somewhere in the scope, right? So, and similar to that, async function can call other async functions transparently without needing a await keyword. So like those two things, there is certainly like upsides to seeing what you call, if it can throw, if it can like potentially suspend, or it can do other things, right? But in general, the effect systems, we don't do that. I'm pretty sure none of the effect system, none of the languages with the effect systems do that explicitly. But also, Raymarch, I was yesterday doing the thing, right? So I finished it. Look at that. We can do something that Rust cannot do now. That's up for UI to display whether it's await or try. No need to add words to type. Yeah, you can have the language server show it, sure. Yeah, I can see that. But that also requires tooling. When you read code as a, like when you read a pull request, you like this means that we depend on the tooling for reading the code. You cannot just read code. You need to read code and have some tool showing you some extra data about the code, right? We already do that, let's be real. Do we? Right, Rust in text editor. Well, I mean, I remember when the Rust just was like when I was writing Rust for the first time, where the Rust analyzer was not even a thing. The language servers didn't exist. I did write code without any like auto completion or any like things. I was just writing it in a text editor, yeah. It was working. It was okay. Get fraction as far as with the tools. All right, anyway. The thing that I did, that we were doing yesterday is like let x, right? So I did this thing. This previously was not allowed to be a standalone thing. So now I can say let x. This introduces x as like uninitialized variable of not inferred type, obviously, right? So then I can say like y and let x to be equal to 1 and 2. I can do this. No, the other way around, right? Because x is not a thing. So I can have this thing which assigns both to existing variable and introduces a new variable. If only Rust tools didn't eat gigs of RAM to open a project. Yeah, they are also like kind of slow. Rust analyzer is slow. And I mean in general, Rust compilation is slow. I'm actually wondering why. Like, is there actually a reason for the Rust analyzer to be slow? Like, you can. Hello, Bad Cop. We already infer types that's way more intense than the function coloring stuff. Every time we do this, there are people who are not yet comfy to leave out the boilerplate, but at the end it happens. Thanks for the sub. Alert, there's a new GitHub issue, phishing email going around. I don't see any email. Bad Cops loves phishing. Yeah. By the way, tons of mallocs. There is another thing, right? If we talk about that, we can have like similar to like throwing errors and async being transparent. There is another thing which like something that requires allocation, right? So like potentially, do you want in your code, right? So you have like like, you know, like new vec, right? This returns a vector of i32, right? And this thing allocates. So that's another effect, right? So when I have the effect that is allocate, is it useful when you're writing code to see the function that you're calling that can potentially allocate, right? So similar to .await or like a try keyword, a question mark in Rust, right? You can similarly to that, every function that like function that allocates right? When you call this function, you say you say something dot like allocate, like allow allocate something something. You see, like there's like a lot of things. There is these are just the 3 examples, right? Throw in errors, async, allocation. That's too much. Yeah, so like why do we do the keyword for the throwing and not for the allocation? Why do we do the keyword for await? Like how, like, is that more important than allocation? It depends on the program. Sometimes you want to be real careful with allocations, right? But yeah, like I'm just like wondering, like, can I have a generic mechanism? Like we have already generic mechanism for all of these effects, right? But they are all implicit. Can I have some way to have them explicit? So we could have like a syntax. Like when I call a function, some of these effects would not be automatically like propagated, unless you say like you know, like do like propagate, you know, allocate and throwing like the error and async, you know, like you like propagate all of these automatically somehow. So that's like a generic construct for like await and try and all of that. Maybe you should have throw but no catch. I can write code with throw with no catch already, yes. You you can throw. Eventually you have a handler, which is, I mean, I just call it try instead of catch. Catch is something that basically unwraps a result for me right now, I guess. Exceptions, this one, right? So we have a result, right? So this is the expression that uses the throw. Then by surrounding that in try, I get a result. And then once I have a result, I can catch the error from there, which is basically unwrap or else in Rust, I guess. So catch is the alternative. They have the unwrap or else for me right now. Have syntax where you don't propagate, maybe. And have propagate be the default. So I mean, we can have a is the effects propagatable by default or not? This can be like a trait implemented on the effect, you know? Like, is the effect propagatable by default? Something. So yeah, like copy, but it's a trait for effects. All right, I need a break for 5 minutes. All right. Maybe we can just have the lambda syntax. Wait, what do you mean by the lambda syntax, by the way? Isn't lambda syntax just creating anonymous functions? That's something that I have already. You're still here. All right, I was changing the API of places to the read-write block style API. If the anonymous functions already have syntax dealing with the effects, then I thought that the syntax could also handle this situation where you want a sub-block in the function that does not propagate, as opposed to adding the syntax on statement level. I mean, yeah, we could have this. The syntax right now is the with keyword. It looks like this. We have function foo, and it has like with the things, you know, with effect basically. With effects in this is the syntax. So I guess inside of here, I also have like the effect, like in order to inject the effect handler, we use the same thing already. But we also can say like without effects, call some other function, right? And this would this means that you would need to handle these again. But in order to handle the effects again here, you would need to introduce the effects again somehow with new effect handlers. Not sure what you mean. Anonymous is similar to these functions. We have like the anonymous function is this. You have like argument into like the body. Over here you can like potentially specify the same with effects. You can specify the return for the anonymous to this way. This is the like full syntax. And this would be with not effect. Like over here in the yeah, so like making sure that we don't have the effect, but that's different. That's different from automatic propagation. The reason with not and not why I think without is better is because this is an effect handler. So effect is a type basically, right? So let's say that this function requires like access to some integer. We can literally say this. So with int32, right? But if you want to have like the width, you would say 1 to 3 of type int32. But if you say without, you say still just without int32 because you don't need to say what value you need there, right? Because this specifies the types and this specifies the values. So without will also just specify the types. They could like still use the with exclamation mark keyword, I guess. But I think I will not use the exclamation mark anyway for the negation. I'm planning to use the not keyword anyway. Rust has not send and send. I mean, yeah, if we're talking about this over here, yes, if I want to make sure. I mean, anything that is not specified here is already the not, right? Unless we use generics. We can say that that in 32 and something else, the underscore, right? But I want to make sure that we don't have certain like effect there, maybe. Um, I don't know how language works, just a thought. What does it mean to have a function with int32? Well, I mean, I don't call it the effect system. I call it a context system, technically, not an effect system. It basically means that in order to call this function, I need to have access to int32. So, like, usually it's not an int32. That does make much sense, right? Usually you have something. You have, like, I don't know, you want access to the file system, so you want a file system, right? There's like, in general, the requirements for calling a function is either like there's two different things that you can request, that you can require for a function. It's either some object of some type, so this would be a type file system, and then the concrete implementation of the file system would be like the object, right? So similar to that, you can just request an int32, and then the concrete integer would need to be provided when you call the function. So yeah, but file system makes more sense, I guess, right? But similar to that, you can also say that it's throwing an exception, for example, right? Or like, basically there's two things that you can say the function. The function, it is needing something, or the function can do something. So usually in the language with the effect systems, you say what a function can do. So you don't say like the file system. You can say that it can access file system, because that's what it can do, right? But my mechanism is just allowing you to have any types there. And then one of these types would allow you to call like a function by suspending the current one, which like can be used to mimic effects. Needing file system like access files, yeah, like in general, we like I'm not sure yet, but there are kind of like two kinds of things. This is either like a verb, what we can do, or like the noun, what we need. This looks like Scala Unison. Yeah. You're not sold on why you should use them, especially if they are not throwing panicking, especially if they are total. Well, I mean, the if they are total, but like, I mean, if they are total, then you don't use the effects. Yes, something that doesn't have the effects is a total function, so it cannot panic, it cannot throw, it cannot like access file system, it cannot do anything. Yeah, I know that they have something that like that in Scala. The Caprice, though, I'm not sure if I looked into Caprice specifically. Caprice, aka capture checking. Caprice exercise. What is that? The future of Scala. Scala resurrection. Scala 3 has the most powerful static type system in any major. I mean, there's a lot of languages with effect systems that are coming up, that are being worked on. What about function foo IO bar? That is total, but IO then when ran would do side effects. So here's the so yeah, you can do monads and you can do effect systems, and I think that effect system is better than monads because when you are writing code with monads, you are still always inside like the do notation. You're writing imperative code. Anyway, like the problem is that when you have more than one monad happening at the same time, specifically I/O, right? What about I/O? I/O is something. I/O is input and output, right? What if you want to split input and output, right? So I can have the monad called I and the monad called O, and then how do I combine them into I/O, right? How do I combine? So in Haskell they have monad transformers, for example, but I don't know. It makes it like it's less composable than effects. Is my opinion basically. Even in Haskell. I mean, I cannot really say for the people of Haskell because I don't really know what's happening, but like the effect systems through like the libraries are also preferred by a bunch of people. Not sure about like all of them. So composability is better, right? So we want the I/O to be split into like separate things too, so that you have more control over it. There is also usually, for example, you have I/O, but also you can throw an error, right? Something can panic. So you want that to be also in the type system. So you want to at least be able to combine I/O and errors, right? And there's just two examples. So yeah, it's basically because of composability. But monads are also good for sure. We want to be able to like but from the standpoint of also like just writing code, monads is basically treating code as value, and you don't really need that. Like you want to actually say do this instead of constructing the I/O object, which is like the monad, and then you run this object. Yeah. With monads, you can do something like foo retry with schedule. Yes, sure. I want to have both. You want to have both monads and effects. But you say like retry with schedule there, right? Like you are constructing the monad and then you retry with schedule, but instead you can have retry with schedule. Yeah, just like Supercuber is saying, this retry with schedule can have a function that that has like certain effects basically. Right? So I mean, maybe they have the example in Coca or somewhere, I don't know about that specific thing. But let's just imagine the thing for now. So you can have the function retry with schedule. So instead of accepting the like what to do, right? The function, instead of having some I/O object, you have a function impl fn once into like something which requires I/O. So like this is what I'm imagining, right? This is what I'm imagining. So I mean, so technically, like functions are monads, right? Functions are monads over their return values, right? So we just work with that. But we have functions annotated with the effects. In Caprice, X double. Throws limit exceeded. Yeah, sure. Yeah. But you can have instead the like the error monad or whatever it's called instead of throwing exceptions. Yes. Using log file operation as this. Operation log file. So this is a function that returns t, takes a reference to the output stream. I'm guessing this is a reference. This doesn't have any effects though, it seems. Not sure functions are model on monods only if they're total, not side effecting. Well, I mean, for the sake of our language, our functions are so like functions annotated with effects can be considered monads, I think, right? They are kind of because like the effects is like another argument to a function, kind of. The effect handler is another argument to a function. Like the way I am doing this here is literally the effect handlers are like implicit arguments to functions. That's literally what it is. That's why I'm not even calling it effect system, I'm calling it context system, because functions require contexts. It's a bastard syntax for capabilities. Oh, so it's a capability, which is, and capability is basically the effect. Yeah, it's another name for it. What can we do? Yeah, so they call it capability, I call it context, but it's all the effect systems. Alright, I should probably finish what I was doing. Read. Oh yeah, actually this read should not return the error at all. Like that. It's gonna be so clean, especially for graphics. You can, like, maybe you should try Raymarch, some of these upcoming languages. So as far as I understand, at least like what they are talking about themselves, these, what was it called? The Flicks. You remember the one that was talking about the the spacecraft? Some bullshit where you divide by 0 and it returns 0. But they say that they are the most complete language. There's also Scala. Yeah, but there's also Scala. Maybe you could try Scala. I never tried it. I don't know. Region-based local mutation. Right. Nah, I'm done with plumbing. When Shame is released, he'll probably start gardening or something. Alright, sure. Right, read FMT. Okay, so now I want to implement the formatting. The way you wrote it, you would ideally want something like this. Sleep with sleep. Yes. Retry with schedule sleep. I was thinking instead of sleep, this should be like I think this should be called blocking. So anything that can block the thread should be annotated with blocking. I think this is what I want. So like download file is also network. Network implies blocking automatically. Busy waiting is also blocking though. Well, I mean, yeah, we could have like either whenever we see a loop, we automatically say that it's a blocking thing unless you like type something. Like there is a certain like with this thing there is still like some like, how do you say it, right? You still need to trust the people who are annotating the code, because this is basically just a marker, right? How do I actually check that it is blocking? Like for some of the ones from the standard library that are like implemented outside, you would need to trust the when you are like doing the FFI, right? That's where you trust for sure. But when you're writing, like, because you can block by just having a busy loop, the infinite loop. The difference is parking the thread. So but when you say for example, when you read a file, you know, you have function read file, right? Like path something something. This requires like file system, right? But file system can also be blocking, right? I mean, I would say that file system is like implying blocking, so file system requires blocking automatically, probably. Or I guess file system, like reading a file, like whatever, something like reading a file it should be potentially blocking. It doesn't really park the thread though, does it? Or does it when you like? What is activate Linux overlay? It's that's just a joke about me being broke. Some constant size max. Find element in unsorted array in constant time 01. That's some constant. Nice. Pretty sure IO parks the thread. Yeah. So we call it not blocking. We call it like what, parking? That's what we say. We call this parking. I think blocking is like more obvious to me when I'm reading, though. So we just consider the infinite loops to be not blocking. Am I looking for a job? No, I'm not looking for a job. I'm not really broke. That's also a joke. Blocking sounds like Minecraft. People are ready to do anything for money, some even work. Yeah. All right. I was writing code. I have not been writing code for like an hour at least already. So I'm reading place state, and I should implement display for place state. Yeah, there we go. That's what I want. So I'm going to match self. If it's uninitialized, we write uninitialized. Moved out, we write moved out. And occupied, we write we say just value fmt. Sorry, here is value. It is all depending if you're using parallel or scheduled execution. Parking is more do something else. Streams can be non-blocking. Parking is like a wait. Well, I mean, for like, if we talk about the current thread is not going to do any job, right? It's it's not exactly like await, because other work is not going to be done in the same thread, right? Because parking is sync and await is async. Depends on the underlying operating system API that you use at the end. Some of them will park the thread until the operation is done, while others return immediately and tell you whether it's done. Is parking a defined term? I don't know. I mean, I'm like, all I know about parking is that in the Rust standard library there is the park method, right? So this blocks, like, this is literally the blocking, right? That's the only like parking that I know about. That's why I call it blocking instead. It is thread park, not just park. So there are different parks, right? Is there the C stdlib park? What is parking and programming? Suspending a thread, right? Yeah, that's suspending a thread. But you say that you can suspend and return immediately. Like if you return immediately, that's not suspending then, right? Doesn't Tokyo have that, the exact thing? Tokyo. Tokyo has something on thread park. Executes function F before thread is parked. Goes idle. Use an operating system API that polls instead of awaits. Then you're not blocking parking. Well, I mean, you can use the operating you can use async OS APIs when you're reading from the file system. You don't necessarily block. Yeah, that's right. If that's what you're talking about, there are blocking APIs for accessing file system, and then there's async IO, right? That's what you're talking about. So like file system doesn't really imply blocking because there are async APIs. Yes. Okay. Yeah. Sure. All right, so instead of mutating here, we have new API. We have map right value. Map expect. Okay, right value can return a value, so we need a question mark. Expect hash map mut. Question mark. And then we say map values insert. There you go. So now I don't need that nesting. I guess that's better. I can potentially have deadlocks with this new API though, but I'll be careful. To do just inspect. Yeah, so now I can read. Map is map read value. It's okay, deadlocks are safe. Yeah, they are. Okay, here's the thing. I have like these methods. Expect hash map mut. Map values len. Map values length. I have these methods. Like expect hash map mut. right? But sometimes I want this to be not mutable. The reason it says that there is no such thing is because this is a read guard and this is mutable, right? I want to like generate these things. Function expect hash map mat. There you go. Like I need 3 variants for every function. I kind of want to start generating these automatically instead of copy pasting manually. Instead, expect hash map ref, or like what should be the naming here? So like maybe it should not be like expect. But there is basically into hash map, right? There's into hash map, and then there is I guess this should be called as hash map mut, right? That's the proper naming, and this should be as hash map, like that. So this would return a normal reference from a normal reference. So these 3. And then I have it for every variant of a value. I want those to be generated. But they return option, yeah. I want to return an error here so that I can like format the like why exactly it's not a hash map. Usually when you say this, you return option, yeah. Because I don't want to copy paste the expect on the caller on all the sides. Yeah, I think it's fine. Expect hash map mat. So this would be as hash map mat. Mut. How do you guys pronounce mut mat? Meat. So this should be as hash map, not as hash map mat. Yeah, because I already read the hash map for getting its size. The T is silent. We just say moo. Wait, it still says as hash map. There is no such method. Okay, what? Function as hash map. Oh, because it must be inferred. Yeah. Map inferred as hash map. That's what I want. Because it potentially is not inferable. Inferred returns option. No, I want expect inferred ref. That's what I want. Okay, I probably also want to change the naming. Wait, okay, so this one also is different. This is another one that takes a closure. I don't want that. But how do I actually get a reference? So technically, if I want this over here, so like this function can return basically either an owned value, or a reference, right? So what? I return a cow from here instead of accepting the closure. So this should return a cow. But the problem with cow is that it's weird in Rust. Because it requires 2 owned trait. The scene cow central clone, yeah. Yeah, that's weird. Like I literally would just want to have an enum like if it's owned or borrowed thing, you know, without this stupid trait there. ToOwned doesn't... Wait, is ToOwned implemented for like references which are clonable? Not really, right? Yeah, so that's like weird. Maybe return impl as ref. You cannot return impl as ref. We need to return box_din as ref then, because it's two different types. In this case, I have in this case, this thing returns an owned thing, and in this case, I have a reference. So I cannot really just say cow. Let's have something. Do you have util here? Whatever, let's just write it here. Enum. Like, what would I call this? Maybe borrowed. Maybe borrowed. A T. Owned. Bull. Owned T. Or borrowed. AT. That's literally what I want. Without the cloning. And then I would be able to implement the ref. For maybe borrowed. Target is T, which returns borrowed value. I just return the value, and owned value. I just return the value. It's that easy. So I return maybe borrowed. Value shape. Maybe borrowed. Borrowed. Value. Maybe borrowed. Owned. Expect inferred. There you go. Probably remove this because I can clone. Oh, this takes ownership. This is into inferred basically. And this would be expect. I don't know. I can call this X as inferred then. All right, we have 1,000 errors. I'm changing all the APIs. All right, what is this? Hash map get. Map read. Value. Map as inferred. Dot as hash map, and then I say this. Play value ref. That's what I wanted here. Is an optional reference to the place here. Okay. To do not clone. So now I actually am doing some of these to dos. say value read value. This is characters of a string. Yeah, this is characters of a string. So I just say value is value as inferred expect string. Expect string we can rename to as stir, I guess. And then we just do that. Setting the item on the list. Okay, so we have list is list ref read. No, this is right. So it's mutable. That list is list as inferred. Get mut. Expect list mut as list mut. List values is new value. All right, this list push. We do the same thing. List is list ref right. List is list get mut as list mut. List values push. New element. Wait, is that it? Is that all the errors? No way. No, there's no way. Parse. Okay, so now I have less stuff here too. As read. So I'm trying to parse a string here. So I need to read the string. As inferred. Expect string. And then we do this thing. Read value. Expect string is not a thing. Function expect string as stir, because now I need as stir. This was not renamed for some reason. All right, this binary thing. Okay, that's what I started with, right? Because yeah, I wanted the comparison operators to take the value by reference and not by value, right? So this should be the left-hand side is this. Left-hand side value. So I say into inferred. Into inferred. Expect ref. So Raiden, hello. Left-hand side is left-hand side read value. Left-hand side. Is left-hand side as inferred. I think that's what we do for left-hand side and for right-hand side. Like that. Oh, but this is maybe borrowed. Yes, because as inferred returns may be borrowed. So I need to match reference to the reference left-hand side. That's right. Which gives me like the borrowed thing only. Which is why, since I'm not owning the tuples anymore, this should be just values and not into values. This doesn't need to unwrap. Isn't into inferred taken by value? Yes. But in this case, like over here in the beginning, right? So so for the binary operator, the left-hand side and right-hand side are both references, right? So first we have a reference, right? So at this point, this is a reference to some type, right? So because references can be like references are cheap to clone, so I can take it by value here. Although technically I don't really need to like copy the reference, right? But this is a reference. So I could get reference by reference, sure. But this value is like given to me with, like, I have ownership of it. I'm not even cloning it, right? I'm just moving it out because I already own this value. But this value that I own is a reference, you know? Yeah. Yeah, so like value itself is owned, but I'm owning a reference only, right? So, and then I'm reading. So the reading is happening because I can read a reference, reading what's behind the reference. So this is implemented with just the arcs right now. It's just reference counted. It's just a reference counted read-write lock, literally. That's my borrow checker for now. Okay, so into values was not right. Let me see, tuple. Wait a second, what did I have here before? Into values, into values? Into values. Wait, there is no into values here. What? Cannot move out of left hand side because we had a shared reference. Tuple value. Hello, Pomo. Hello, hello. I have a question, is Irie better than anyhow, and how is it better? I know, it allows some formatting of the errors to be better. Like anyhow is more like for developers, and Irie is supposed to show the errors to humans, I think is the difference. I'm not really sure if I like it more though. Sometimes I will probably end up you like having a custom solution for errors eventually. There are other crates also. This is a fork of anyhow with support for customized error reports. I don't know. I mean, it has a couple more features, I guess, than anyhow. But maybe, like, there are these other alternatives that I didn't know about before. Yeah. I don't remember what was it. Can you search librs maybe? Can I search for keyword error handling? No, I want tags. Error handling. There we go. We have this error. That's for deriving errors. We have anyhow, which is just any error. We have IRI, flexible concrete error reporting. Miet. This one. Maybe it's Miet. There you go. Fail to find desired version. Received this, received that over here, right? So like maybe this would be better for my use case. This looks nice. What is snafu? I think I remember looking at this. What does it do? Snafu. Is this just the early version of the this error? This looks like this error. So yeah, I guess Miet is better than IRI. So I would either use anyhow if you want something simple when you're developing, or maybe Miet if you want good errors facing the user of your app. But I didn't try it really. Function into values. There you go. Oh, yeah, okay. That makes sense. That makes sense. That makes sense. So I want to have values. Values. It's going to be a tuple of references to value. That, can I do that? I'm not sure if I can. Because I have places here. I would need to read the value, which would be a tuple of read place guards. Yeah. So I think I will do that in line there, maybe. Or maybe not. Fine, let's see. So this would be a tuple of place read guards of values. Read value. And this can fail if values have been moved out. So we have a result here. And a map. So this should be also a try map. Do I have a try map? I don't think if I have a try map. Maybe I should have a try map. Is there try maps in the Rust standard library? Array try map? There is. But not for everything. And this is experimental. Anyway. I can have it here though. Function map. So we'll say similarly to this. Function try map UE. This should return result UE tuple, so this returns a result. If you want to stop on first error, you can map to result and collected result. This is a tuple, which is my own custom type. It is similar to a list and a hash map at the same time, because we can have both named and unnamed fields. So when I'm mapping, this is like mapping an array, I guess, right? Or mapping every value in a hash map. Okay. So we found actually a language that actually also has this. There is only one language that I know that also does this. It's called Lua. So Lua tables can be basically both arrays and hash maps at the same time. Is there any other languages that do that? So the original idea was that just I should be able to pass arguments to functions, same as Python, where I can have some arguments named, some argument unnamed. So technically, in my language, all the functions, they only take one argument, but I should be able to like model the arguments as like this structure, which has both named and unnamed things. That's why I wanted it. All right, but if this is fallable, hold on. So this should be collected. Collect question mark. Is that what I do? Collect question mark. Can you collect into a result? So over here, I will collect into result vec. Right? That's what I do. And over here, I collect into result named things are what? That's a B-tree map. Can I collect into a result B-tree map? Like that. Does that work? The method call chain might not have had the arguments. A value of type result cannot be built from an iterator. When we have collect method, this needs something that implements from iterator. From iterator is implemented. For results. Result. For result VE. Implement from iterator over results. So this is anything that can be collected from an iterator. Okay, so that should work then. Yeah. Rust Nation. You need to activate Linux, otherwise the code does not work. Yeah, maybe that's the issue. Okay, so what is happening here? Oh wait, hold on. I know why. It's because this over here creating a tuple, so this like thing inside needs to have a okay tuple, and then I need a question mark here, and then the Rust is going to be too stupid to figure out the return type here. This is literally the reason why you want to have an effect system. Wait, it doesn't complain? Wait, why doesn't this complain? This is like not knowing the type, does it? Maybe it doesn't complain yet. I don't know. I expected to see an error here. Your elements of type X is not a result, it's a tuple. Yeah. That's why we need to do this. Annoying. But okay. So now over here, I just say values. The right hand side values. No method zipped for result. Yeah, because values can fail, so I need a question mark here and then a question mark there. So now these things, these are replace read guards. So I want to have star. Star. Result name. Oh, wait. Okay, you know what? Actually, because this, I want this here to be also by reference. Right? Since this is a recursive function, I actually want this to have a reference, which means that we will not be doing into inferred. We'll be doing as inferred. And then as ref. Expect ref. So this is taking ownership. But what I want is to say as ref, referencing self, returns a reference to place reference. Sure. Okay, now we have temporary value is freed. That would be also like nice. Like the reason I have multiple lets because I have these temporaries which don't leave, so I need to say this literally. It's a wrap. I guess I can do these in the same place as ref read value. That would work. All right. Type mismatch. Insert named. Binary comparison operator. So this should be a function that is taking two values by reference. There you go. And then originally we take this by reference. Right? Is that it? Okay, we only have 5 errors left. Expect inferred. This is binary operators. These things I do want to do into inferred here. Binary operators. Just take ownership. Consider using LED binding. Okay, yeah. Map is map as hash map. Sure. I wonder if like you could do like since I'm making a custom language, right? Can I have these without it like me like repeating this? Like the reason this is needed is because these are temporaries and I want to specify it's like it would be dropped too soon otherwise, right? It would be dropped too soon otherwise. You guys looked at the language that's called, what is like the language that's trying to be like Rust? Another language with borrow checker. Casting reference to reference mute sometimes fixes that. What was the language? Languages with borrow checker. Borrow checking languages besides Rust. That's 8 years ago. That one is a newer one. Anyone remembers? Something that looks like Python. Looks like Python and borrow checker. The cast can be smart and extend the lifetime. Wait, what? What do you mean? So I can have this reference to be as a mutable reference. Wait, but how do I cast it? I need to transmute? Is that what you want? How do I cast a reference to a mutable reference? What's the type of it? This is a read read guard. The read write lock read guard. This over here is the maybe borrowed, which is a cow but different, right? So because this is potentially borrowed, right? I want to extend the lifetime of this temporary variable. This one is simple one, right? Oh, you just make a mutable of this? Yeah, okay. Sometimes. I think this doesn't work still, because like you take mutable reference to a temporary variable still. It only works if it's all in a single line. But if it's all in a single line, then I can use normal references too, because the lifetimes of temporaries are basically the enclosing statement. That's how it works in Rust. Like the way that you wrote it, it still is in one expression. You have some examples where it's not in the same statement? Okay, I would be interested to see that, because I'm pretty sure that that's literally like the Rust temporary lifetime. That's just how it works. Maybe they changed something in Rust 2024, temporary lifetimes RFC. But I think, hold on. Rust 2024. What was changed actually? Edition guide. There is if let temporary scope, which is different. But like otherwise, the temporary scopes was not changed, right? Tail expression temporary scope also. You do that often with refcell, that you take a mutable refmut instead of refmut, so you don't have to bind it. And just let the inner thing outlive and bind that instead. I don't know. If you can show me an example, because I'm pretty sure it doesn't work with like with ref cells either. Play rustlang org function main. Use std cell ref cell. Cell is ref cell new 123. So like value is cell borrow, right? And then I want to like print, I don't know, I want like value to string, right? Or I guess like we do something like something else, right? You know, like value is value, you know. and then I'm gonna print the value, like something something. This is separate statements, right? So like, can I skip this statement? Because this statement is skippable, sure, but this one is not. If I say because if I want to take a reference to this temporary, but you say that I can take a mutable reference to the temporary, and then it will extend the scope. Is that right? Wait, what? Hold on a second, Raymarch. What does this even mean? Hold on. I think I don't understand something. Yeah. Wait, what? When did this happen? I'm pretty sure this was not working before. Rust, temporary lifetimes. When do I read about this? Mutable references to immutable reference? Yes, but like because it's mutable, it does something, I guess. If it was so if it was like I was even saying that it's a this thing, right? This is also does not need to be mutable. I was just saying taking a mutable reference to the borrow because this is creating the temporary, right? And then I want the to string, right? So like, why does refcell new 0? There you go. This is simpler example, right? Why does this work? Why does this work? This creates a temporary, so it's supposed to be dropped over here. So I should not be able to call this. If we say this is a normal reference, it still compiles. Wait, what? It doesn't need to be a mutable reference, it seems. Wait, what? So is that, hold on. What's the edition here? 2024, 2021. Run. 2015. Weird. Stable. Can I use old Rust versions? It's inferred. Yeah. Wait, hold on. Is the ref cell a special case thing? Maybe for some reason, like the reference from the ref cell. I don't understand this anymore. Does it work for any lifetimes? But like, when is this object being dropped? That's the question, right? So does it actually? This is not just non-lexical lifetimes. Non-lexical, like there is a reason why like drop is supposed to happen in specific places, you know, because like this is changing behavior. If I had some logic in my drop, like printing, for example, I would see different results, right? If I have my own struct ref cell, you know, int, and I implement ref cell, right? I want to be able to borrow self. This is going to be returning ref, right? Ref self 0. Let's have this struct ref AI32, right? That's what we want. So I just create ref cell, and I do this. v.0.toString, something like that. Does that work? This works, right? But then, what if I implement drop for ref, right? Function drop itself, print. Like when does this actually happen? This actually happens in the end, right? This actually happens in the end. So if you take a reference, so okay, but how long does it live? If I if I don't use this afterwards, right? If I say over here, for example, ref cell borrow again, right? Let's actually make this mutable, because only one of them can happen at the same time, right? Or I guess like, I mean like with a borrow, with a ref cell, the normal one, you can only borrow mute once, right? So like it would actually panic in one of these cases, no? It actually literally needs to be dropped over here, this temporary, for this to work. Cannot borrow ref C as mutable more than once at a time, because first is happening here, and the first might be used here. That's what it's saying. So like this literally lives until the end of the scope. But with non-lexical lifetimes, if you return from here directly, let's just do this derive. That's the same thing, right? But if I say that this returns literally the I32, like this, then this code will compile, right? So like this is where the lifetime actually stops over here in between, because it sees that the value is not being used afterwards, right? So it's different. That's what non-lexical lifetimes do, right? They expire earlier than the lexical scope is exiting, is like closed, you know? So the code that I would write sometimes with your ref cell, you want to borrow mutably multiple times, right? You do this and you do that. And this will result in a panic, because this lives until the end of the scope. But I can apply this to my let map, indeed. This is weird though. Like, is it documented? Because I was pretty sure that the temporaries live until the enclosing statement. That was literally what it was saying. Rustlang.org. Learn. I need to learn something. Hold on. Where do I even like look for it? Ask ChatGPT. You think ChatGPT can give me a link? What's the lifetime of temporaries in Rust? Depends on where and how they are used. Here's a breakdown of the key rules. Basic rule: expression evaluate temporaries are usually live until the end of the statement. So that's usually, okay. Extended lifetime rule: special case. If a temporary is used to initialize a reference that has a clearly scoped lifetime, Rust extends the lifetime of the temporary to match the lifetime of the reference when it's stored in a variable. In certain cases, especially with ref binding on match arms, Rust extends the temporary's lifetime. It's kind of similar to C++ const reference. Okay. Link. Better temporary lifetime. So that has been like that for forever, and I never knew about it. Or what? The rules. Even though it's an insult to us to compare to that because of how hacky the C++ behavior is in comparison. I found that these next two rules would be handy, and then we have like 10 new rules. Cut lifetime to exclude 2 long temporary lifetimes is like my default pattern when using mutex, refcell, and the likes. It's super convenient. Yeah, I like that. But like similar to the normal lifetimes, which can like stop existing early. We could also have them dropped early, the temporaries, to allow the code that I was trying, you know, with a double borrow mute on a ref cell, which is going to panic otherwise. That's what that other language was doing that I was trying to like remember the name of. It's not Gleam. Language like Rust with Python syntax. Mobi? Mojo. That's the one. There you go. Remember this language? Is this language usable yet? Powerful GPU plus CPU, GPU programming. You remember this one? I think that's what this language is doing. They have advanced memory safety. I was pretty sure that they have like this rule where the objects are being dropped as soon as they're not being used, basically. All right, I mean, yeah, you're right. We just, so we can do this in one go then. Like over here, right? This temporary is being dropped. So they say that I consider using a let, but the actually better suggestion is to make a reference to this and then use the method on it. Is that right? That's how I do it? And that's going to just get rid of this error because it's going to extend the lifetime. Temporary value dropped while borrowed. Question mark needs to wait. It doesn't work with question marks though, because question marks take ownership. It doesn't work with any methods that take ownership, right? Well, I mean, because like I can on one hand dereference this, but since I made a reference, I cannot move out of this because it's a reference. Even if it was a mutable reference, I would not be able to take it out of there, right? So it doesn't work. It only works if all you have is methods that don't take the value, right? So it doesn't work. I need to have like this thing. After all. Just because of the question mark. Wait a second. Maybe not. Hold on. This creates the thing, right? And then I want to take the reference to that to extend its lifetime. Isn't that the thing? that needs to happen. Why is it still complaining? Temporary value dropped. Temporary value is freed at the end of the statement. Why? Wait, why? Okay, so here's the thing, as far as I understand this. This creates a temporary. This moves a temporary into a new temporary, but the previous temporary is going to be dropped. So even although I'm extending the lifetime of the new temporary that I construct using the first temporary, like only one of them is being extended, but I need both, right? Is this it? I think that's it. Let's try here. We're in our playground again. So if I have a borrowing, right? But this returns result now. Result this, and I don't know. Anyhow, error. I think I have any house here, right? Let's just return OK. And then I do a question mark. How? Result. Wait, this works. Wait, hold on a second. But that's okay. Maybe because I'm not chaining it here? This is like not exactly the same code. Why does this work then? Okay. So this works. Okay, why does this not work? What's the difference? I don't understand it right now. This over here has a lifetime. So it's very similar to this signature. Wait a second. I'm just constructing the reference here, but if I use that reference and then I use some method on it to do something else. Value. Let's have a method. Impl ref function value self reference to i32 self 0. Does this work, right? You're saying that this should work? So there you go. Temporary value is dropped, right? And it doesn't matter if I have a result here, I think, then. Even although I'm making a reference here, then it doesn't work. So maybe that's where we get to mutable references, like you're saying. So I should have like mutable reference here instead of a normal reference. No. Okay. Can you fix this one, Raymarch? What was your example about? You were saying dot bar here. So you were accessing a field, not calling a method. You were taking a mutable reference to the field here, not mutable reference to the temporary, by the way. Can you spam the link? You mean like share this? So if I have this like dot zero, then it works. But if I call a method, then it doesn't work, you know? Like, it seems like I can have access to fields here, but I cannot call methods that return, like, something. Maybe it's related to partial borrowing. Maybe it's because this is another lifetime. Because this is a lifetime of the temporary, right? It's not the same lifetime as here originally. Although if I have this implementation to be able to use the reference only with the same lifetime exactly, maybe then I can do something. I don't know. No, it's still dropping it. This doesn't matter. This can be a different lifetime. I don't think this matters. All right, anyway, let me let me ignore this issue. This is interesting, of course, but I will ignore this. You fixed it? Nice. So what did you do? Oh, you take a mutable reference to the resulting value. Or is that because you return this lifetime here? If I don't return this lifetime, then it doesn't work, right? So you needed this to be a reference to the original lifetime. But if this is that, then it doesn't work. So this one needs to be no. wait a second. Okay. This is too confusing to me. Hold on. I'm okay. Let me not do this. I can probably figure it out, but I've spent like an hour on this thing already, and to make my code work. For temporary value dropped while borrowed. Okay, so we just do this, and then map is map. There we go. That's that. I mean, that's cleaner. At least this solution I understand, you know. And then here we do the same. Temporary, hold my beer. Yeah. Okay, here, what is this? Assign. Assigning expressions, value. Read value. Value. X value as inferred. Value. Value. Expect tuple. This should be called as tuple. So I have a reference to tuple value here. There you go. Then we have value is value 0 as ref place get ref. And we don't have this triple question mark like I had before. Look at this. Triple question mark. Future is not send, as this value is used across and await. Which value? I'm assuming it's this one. Because a read lock is not send. Is that right? Read lock is not send. Read lock guard is not send. Can I have that's kind of the point. Maybe this doesn't need to be a sync, you know. Just see. I think I don't actually do any async stuff here. This is not C++. I think. This should just return the result. But I might have this issue in some other places. Oh wait, no, I evaluate place. Yeah, evaluation is async. Wait, no, I cannot do this. This must be async. How do I do this? I mean, I know how. Actually, I know exactly how. At this point, I get references, and I can drop one of these. Value read guard. So this one specifically, the first one should be value read guard. And if I drop this, then it's not going to be held across the await, and it's going to work. Wait, what? No? The future can be sent safely within the parking lot guard no send. This is the guard. What do you mean? I dropped it. In C++, you can move a unique lock to another thread. I dropped it. Wait a second. Can I not use something that is not send if it's a temporary in between await points? Wait a second. What's the error here? This is weird. So yeah, you see this here, value read guard has the type this, which is not send, yes. But await occurs here with a value read guard may be used later. What do you mean may be used later? I literally drop it. Is this like the error that's supposed to, that's like, is this a bug? Or what? Hold on. Probably I did something wrong, but what is it? Drop is in the STD prelude. Yeah, I know. Wait, is it in prelude? No way. Oh, it is. I didn't know that. Okay. Is that like recently in the prelude? So the error says that this value can potentially be used afterwards, even although I'm dropping it here. I think I know why. I think I know why. This is really weird error actually. So you know, I make this temporary variable. Then using this temporary variable, I make other temporary variables, right, which reference this. So even although I drop this, these guys that are constructed using that, they're being dropped in the end. I think the actual error is that I cannot drop this value while this is not dropped yet, you know? So I need to drop them in reverse order here. Or I mean, I guess the easiest way would be... just this value, and I create a scope here. Like that. Because all of those are temporaries, and this is no longer temporary. How do you get that nice code action menu in Neovide? I use Rustation Vim, I don't know. I think that was there by default. Remove this semicolon, yeah. This stuff is also the reason why I dislike to-do, because to-do turns off the borrow checker. And will accept code that won't work if you used function to-do instead. The one I have prompts me to enter number, and it's broken. How to get the smooth cursor? That's the Neovide. The Neovide. It's a front end for NeoVim. Okay, there you go. So, like, dropping the first temporary was not enough, basically. I needed to drop all of these 3 temporaries. So I do this automatically by making a scope here. Okay, there you go. All right, let's finish all the other errors. I literally have the same error here. Okay. I literally have the same error here. So this means, by the way... So here's the problem, right? This over here is a function that is a generator of characters of a string. So this is me trying to iterate over a string. In order to iterate over a string without copying it, I'm holding the read write. I'm holding the read lock guard, right? But what I want to do with the character when I'm iterating over a string can be anything. So in this case, I cannot do this. So like, is there no way for me to do this without cloning the string? I mean, there's no way for me to do that. What's cast call? This is calling a function. Calling is just calling a function. We have a function, which is a value, and we have an argument, which is a value. So this is a handler for a character in a string. So I just call a function for every character. Holding a lock while going into a callback is a bad idea anyways, because the callback could be a re-entrant. So wait, wait, hold on. Are you saying that I should Parking lot? Maybe I should use a re-entrant stuff or what? I mean, I use it in the read-write lock. That one is not re-entrant. If I have a re-entrant mutex and I lock it, I have re-entrant mutex guard. Is this one send? This one is also not send, right? It is sync, but it's not send. I mean, if inside of this function call, which is handling the character, I want to iterate over the thing again, I should be able to read it again, right? I should be able to create another read guard, but I should not be able to mutate the string over which I am iterating, right? So that makes sense to use a read-write lock here, I think. This is a read guard, not a write guard. 51 languages already, wow. Yeah. So like that's literally what it's supposed to do, right? I'm like I am locking the string over which I'm iterating while I'm iterating over it. What's wrong with the lock guards being sent? Why can I not just unlock in another thread? How will it know that your runtime will resume on the same thread? Like, why does it have to be on the same thread? Because it's generally impossible with mutexes? Just an implementation problem? I guess I never implemented mutex myself. That's just how they are implemented. I would have a more expensive mutex that can do that. Yeah, maybe that's what I'm looking for here. All right, I guess for now I will just clone it because I don't know of another way. Value to owned, right? To do. Figure out how to not clone. Ensuring that it stays locked while handing over to another thread is kind of messy. Well, that's the borrow checker, right? I can like I mean, what I have here is a runtime borrow checker, right? If I had like a normal reference, normal references are send if the type itself is sync. So that would work. So the but the lock guard is like having different behavior than a normal reference. What about the ref cell? It's not send. I mean, that makes sense. It's not send, not sync. I'm not saying that the borrow checker can help me here. I'm just saying that I'm making the alternative. I'm making my own borrow checker, which is right now only checking it in runtime, right? So like, I'm basically implementing something similar to like Miri, right? I'm literally having the interpreter. So how do I interpret code and ensure that the borrows are correct? So right now I'm trying to implement this using the read-write log, but I cannot. Wondering how you've done the inference. The inference is similar to Rust for me too, I guess. It's based on Hindley-Milner, same as in Rust. So maybe you should look that up. There is one thing that we don't have, which is called let polymorphism. I'm pretty sure Rust doesn't have let polymorphism too, right? Yes, it doesn't. Other than that, we have the Hindley-Milner. You create the variables. I mean, inference is pretty small. You just have the inference variables. I already have like default values and stuff, but in general, you just have a variable, and then you say that two variables are equal, and then it just solves the equations, kind of. Too much CS jargon. Yeah, I think I have the same issue. I did not read this personally. I just understand, I guess, the what it should do. So I'm pretty sure that's what we have. Maybe like a better way of looking into this is Rust inference. Rust inference algorithm. You can look here. There is a Rust C developer guide, right? So like if you want to hack the Rust compiler, you can see the API that they have. So you have the inference context, you have inference variables, and then you want to enforce equality or subtyping. So like just try to come up with an algorithm that implements this API. Or maybe they explain it here too, I don't know. Or you can look at that, or you can look at my code, but my code is not very readable, maybe, I don't know. I mean, inference maybe is readable. But the algorithm in general is the disjoint set union algorithm, if you know what that is. Disjoint set. So like, because you have variables and then you say that they are equal, so you want to like maintain a set of equal variables, kind of. I don't have subtyping like Rust yet, so I only have the equalities. So yeah, in general, like I can just tell you this. So you see this code, right? You say let s be s read value, right? So you know that this function returns some type, right? So the type of this expression is one thing, and then the type of this variable is another thing. And since I'm assigning this value over here, I just say that these two types must be equal, and that's it. Right? And then it just solves itself. Because between all of the different variables that are equal to each other, one of them is known, so we know the value of all the variables. Like in a loop. I mean, it's not like in a loop. When I'm the way I'm doing it is like when I'm constructing the AST or like the intermediate representation. Right, when I'm compiling this code, basically, I'm inserting this like equality constraint, and it adds what's it called? Like it's insert this equality of these two types, right? So it advances the inference further, so I have more information now, and then eventually once the full program is parsed and compiled, we have all of the equalities figured out. So all of the types that could have been figured out, they all are figured out. How do you generate error messages from that? How do you solve constraint as you inserting them? Yeah, basically I'm solving as I'm inserting. Inserting a constraint means like solve it, yeah. I guess. I don't know. What does solving a constraint mean? Like basically if the constraint cannot be satisfied, then I return an error immediately, and that's how I generate error messages, Raymarch. Like while I'm compiling, I'm trying to like basically assert that these two types are equal, and if that and if that is not true, then I return an error. Like what's the question? How do I generate the error messages? So like basically in this case, I say something like I expect this type to be equal to this type. So if they are like if I have already like inferred both of these types and they are not equal, then I'm saying that I expected one thing but I got another thing, and that's the error message. I should improve my error messages though. I think I'm sometimes there is like I'm saying expected one thing but got another thing, but it's sometimes like mixed and swapped incorrectly. I've been trying to find some resource that could explain this in an easier way. Yeah, I don't know. I just didn't read anything. I just basically wrote the algorithm. I think it's not too difficult to come up with the algorithm yourself. At least the one that I implemented. But I have a competitive programming background. I have worked with like disjoint set unions before, as an example. So that definitely helped. Sometimes you want to give the user the error why that other thing has the type it has, but you don't track that information. Yeah, I think I should add that too. I should like basically have the information about all the variables and where they came from. Why is this that? And yeah, I'm not doing that either. So my error messages are relatively bad right now. We should start a programming language jam. You want to make a language, Badcop? There you go. That's all the chain here. And now we finally have the string that I want to write. And you have to follow the theme. The theme is solving the halting problem. How long do you think such a jam should be? I mean, I don't know, like having a language jam where you make something like a brainfuck, similar to brainfuck, right? Those languages where you draw an image and it is being interpreted as code. That shouldn't take too long. That could be done like in a couple days. All right, we have 4 more errors. This is field access. Object is object read value Then as inferred. Yeah, there we go. And we are going to get rid of this cloning. That so like every time I was getting a field of some object, I was cloning the entire object before. That's actually going to be better for performance now. So then I just match it, right? I just match object here. Object is maybe borrowed value shape, so I should do this. What are you saying here? Okay. I think I can just say let object is reference to object. What is the language that you're making, by the way, Xiaomini? If you want to talk about it. You said you want inferences in Rust. You want other features like in Rust? Because I do want the borrow checker like in Rust and better. As one example. You want to try to write code without syntax highlighting? What do you think about that? Syntax highlighting is not the most important feature. I think it's more important to have like the language server where you can look at like the signatures, the types, and have auto-completion. Syntax highlighting is like kind of nice, but it doesn't really matter too much. Yeah, like all the syntax that actually needs to be highlighted probably is the strings, and that's it. Store flags that represent constraints and loop over everything a bunch of times to populate the flags. Probably a terrible idea, but you need the ship soon. What's that? Rust code almost unreadable without highlighting. You're just not used to. You're just used to highlighting. I think it actually doesn't matter much. Wait, how do you handle overloads? Personally, I don't have overloads. And Rust doesn't have overloads. Do my types flow back? Yes, my types flow back. Like I have the same inference as in Rust, kind of. I don't have lifetime annotations yet. I don't have borrow checker yet. I guess that's where it's going to be a little different. That's where I will have to have subtyping too. And then also for the effect system inference, there is also going to need to be subtyping, I guess, too. Test var. Yeah, like over here, this is because you're comparing this to false. Well, this is known to be Boolean. So a known var is known to be Boolean. And if you say that this is a known var, then we know that foo should return a Boolean. But this is not, there's no overloading here. You can have like overloading in form of traits, though, right? This is something that I personally have not solved yet. But in Rust, you can have overloading if you accept an argument that implements the trait, right? So if both i32 and Boolean implement the same trait, then that would still work. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe we can have overloading which like automatically creates a trait like that or something. Yeah, I don't have overloads. I only have anonymous functions even. I don't even have named functions. The way we have named functions is we assign unnamed functions to variables. So how would I even create an overload? Syntax highlighting is relatively easy if you use TreeSeeder. You mean like implementing syntax highlighting? I want to make a C-like language with better features. I also definitely want to experiment with linear types, but not as strict as Rust. Yeah, I also want to have linear types. There's also like dependent types that I'm interested in, but I'm not sure if I can get to that. Dependent types are nice. Like, dependent types actually require you being able to evaluate code at compile time. So dependent types require comp time, and we have comp time. So maybe I can have that. How do your value semantics work again? Allocation is an effect, so it's not ref counted. What do you mean? Value semantics. I'm like, it's basically same as in Rust. Yeah, it's not ref counted. It's compile time borrow checker. Eventually, right? Not right now though, right? Right now, I don't have borrow checker. I am implementing this. I have a runtime borrow checker in the interpreter, right? Eventually, I will have the borrow checker basically same as in Rust, but we are going to also, in addition to that, have the split between the pointer and the access to, and like the object that allows you to access the value behind the pointer, and that's going to be passed in the form of effect. So you so that more code can be accepted, kind of. If it doesn't have operator overloading, it's not a real language, unfortunately. I do have operator overloading though. You can have your own custom operators. That's like the first thing that we did, the ability to have custom syntax. Even the value semantics, kind of cool. I mean, I was talking about that a lot of time, right? It's based on the ghost cell, so like it's basically Rust plus the ghost cell paper, right? But from the ghost cell paper, we go further and we make this. We make the token that allows you to read the value behind a pointer. This token over here, we pass this in a form of an effect. But basically, like, the effects are literally just implicit arguments. So instead of saying borrow and passing the token as an argument, you just say borrow, and you just need to have the token in scope, which makes it less verbose. Can you explain ghost cell to me? It's basically like in Rust, what is a reference? What is a reference in Rust, right? A reference is just like reference to T is the same as a pointer to T, right? Plus like the token that allows you like to read the value behind the pointer. That's basically it. You just split the separate permissions from data. That's what they do. Any plans to generate native executables? Yeah. What does that split allow you to do? You can I think they have examples of linked lists, for example, right? So you can have linked lists in safe Rust using ghost cell. You can have trees with like pointing to parents, right? You can reuse the token for other accesses, yeah. Basically, I guess it's like similar to like I guess a ghost cell is like an arena, maybe, and a token is like an ID of an object inside of the arena, but it's a zero-sized type, so it doesn't actually have any runtime cost. Maybe. Are you gonna be down the LVM route or something else? If I go native, then I was thinking of Crane Lift. Crane Lift, which is supposed to be simpler than an LVM, but it's going to be like not in a very long time. I plan first to transpile to JavaScript because it's easier, I think. Crane Lift kind of poorly documented, is it? I don't know. I didn't look at it yet. I just know that it exists, and I heard that it's simpler and safer. I like simplicity, at least like for the first implementation. What is this? Match. This pattern matching tuple. That value. Tuple place traps. That's what I want. Yeah. So we do. Place read value. As inferred. Place as tuple. Transpile to JavaScript, then compile the JavaScript to native. Easy, yeah. That's faster than direct compile because of the ungodly amount of work they put into their compilers. Yeah, I think JavaScript should be like quick enough for my use case. So like to make a simple game, which is what I want, I don't really need the speed that much. The interpreter that I have right now is slow, but I had a lot of clones, which I am getting rid of right now. All this work to avoiding writing JavaScript. I mean, that's fine. This doesn't need a question mark anymore. Okay, and over here, expect. This is all just pattern matching. Actual name, actual value. Value is place read value. Value expect in as inferred. value is expect variant. In this case, I kind of want to panic. Indeed. And then I say value so over here I should say if value name is equal to the name pattern, and then I match and get a place there. So this actual value is value dot value. That's ref map place get ref. There we go. This is pattern matching variant types. How can go into JavaScript and then native be faster in runtime? And you're going straight native via LLVM crane lift? I mean, probably not the runtime. The compile time is faster, I guess, right? Compile time being slow is one of the biggest downsides of Rust. So not going the LLVM route. Yeah, I guess so. That's also why we want crane lift instead of LLVM, because it's faster. It all depends on how you hand it over to. Yeah, I guess you can do some bad stuff when you use LLVM crane lift, but JavaScript you just don't care, and it's like going to be optimized anyway pretty well. Value is value read value. Okay. Oh wait, hold on. We just read here. I just read. So this is place. Place. Because I have the same thing here. I just print. This is for the REPL. Every line is a place expression. So I read the place state and then I print place, the value of it, and the place type. And that's it. Type. Wait, place state has an optional type. Place read. Place dot type is place type. Unwrap or else. Hold on, I think I can, because this only can know the type based on the value. But can I have here place ref dot type? Maybe. Can I do that? Place ref. Because this is place. Place has types inside. Yeah. Place ref dot place dot type. That's what I want. Can it move out of order reference? This should be. I'll just clone it here. It's fine. All right, I think it's going to work. And I will need to end the stream then. Please work. It's compiling. Is it still compiling, really? Cargo check. It is still compiling. Cargo run. 7 seconds for checking. I should start transpiling to JavaScript and like rewriting the language in itself so that the compilation doesn't take that long. Okay, but maybe I have a deadlock now because of all of the read-write locks, maybe? Is that the... I don't have the REPL here. I don't have the REPL. Oh no, how do I debug the deadlocks? Let me do this. Just REPL, no standard library. Then we have a REPL, right? Because that works. Okay, let's see. Let x be 1, 2, 3. That works. Okay, hello. So there you go. And this already deadlocks. Amazing. If you debug it, you can press pause. If it's a loop kind of deadlock. I don't know how to debug in NeoVim. I should learn how to debug from command line, right? That's useful. Okay. Okay, can I say hello? That works. Can I say let x? That works. But x equals hello doesn't work. Let x, uninitialized, not inferred. X equals to 1. This is deadlocking. Okay. Let's see, where would that be? Maybe in assign? I guess this thing is deadlocking. This thing, maybe. Print assign thing. We debug with print lining, of course. Done. What can deadlock here? Because I'm reading over here, outside of the thing. Yeah. I don't see how this can break. Maybe, wait, this thing, claim value. Place assign value, claim value. Maybe claiming values doesn't work. Let x be 1. Yeah, see, this is the thing that is deadlocking. Okay. Let's see here, print 1, print 2, print 3. Maybe it would be nice to be able to debug indeed. It's not this, it's a let. I pattern match. Pattern matching doesn't work, right? Match start, but match end. Just to make sure. And then the pattern matching itself is over here. Pattern matching against the place. So I'm reading it. I'm reading it. Yeah, I think over here, because I am doing this recursively. I'm doing this recursively. I need to drop the lock. Yes, that makes sense. So when I have already matched the current thing, this is a variant, but it yeah, but still. Match impl. I mean, even over here, I already don't need anything. Let names match an actual value be that. This actual value. So if names match, then I do the other things. All right, but all I have here is the binding technically, right? I only have the binding. Pattern 1, pattern 2. Tuple is done. Okay, this should not deadlock. I think this was the only thing, but I don't have the variant type, so it doesn't really make sense to me. Like, yeah, see, this thing is deadlocking. This over here. This over here. Specifically, claim value. Place claim value. I'm trying to claim the value. In order to claim the value, I need to read. And see if it's copy. And then... Oh, wait, I see it. This over here is... Okay, this is wrong. Yeah, because in order to clone the value, I will need to acquire the write lock, but this read lock is not yet removed. So this should be inside its own thing. Inside its own scope, this should be dropped. There you go. I found it. That was a deadlock. Let x be 1. Nice. Get rid of the printing. Okay, so we just go into the REPL now. Standard library is going to be parsed. It's going to work. Right? Print hello world. Works. Nice. Okay. What do I try? I mean, everything should just work, right? So if I say let x is uninitialized, not inferred variable, okay? Then we say x is equal to 1 to 3. X now is 1 to 3, int 32, sure. I say y equals x, y and x, both 1 to 3. This is a copy type, so it's copied. If I say x is a string, string is not a copy type, so if I say y equals x, then y is a string, and x is moved out. There you go. What if I say reference to x? This should be saying reference to a moved out value. Okay. Reference to y is a reference to the string. Okay. I mean, I don't know. I guess I just run the tests. See if it all works still. should have work space. So just do just test. Yeah, there you go. All right. I kind of want to work on something else than the ownership semantics. Next time, what should I work on? There's a lot of things to do. All the tests passed. Nice. So what did I do actually? Oh wait, I was actually in the beginning. I was trying to make the guess a number game work, right? Let's see if that works. Because that's not part of the tests. Expected reference to string got string. Standard library, line 12. Standard library, line 12. That's a piping. Okay. Because the guess a number game over here has a pipe, so this is parsing, right? Parse in standard library. Is that the only pipe? It is. I can also try commenting this and saying let guest is parse s, because that's the same thing. Yeah, expected reference to string got string. Guess number line 18. Yeah, this thing. It doesn't type check. So standard library parse. Parse is a function that takes a reference to string. Got string. It's because this is a string. Yeah, there you go. So the problem here is that parse takes a reference to a string, but I have here the type of s is string, right? Because readline returns an unknown string, and this takes a reference. So I need to have a reference here, pipe in that into the parsing. There we go. So now number has been picked. I say 5 greater 7 greater 8 9. You have guessed the number, congrats. And then the place has been moved out. And line 34. This one. Run once. Which place? I don't say which place. But I guess it's a quit. What's a quit? Quit is a rewind token. So is rewind token not unwind token? Is not copy? Is copy. Yeah, I guess I need to do that. Unwind handle. This is it. Unwind handle should be true, should be copy. Yo, Mr. Halsey, thank you for the raid. That's maybe not the best time for the raid because I was getting ready to end the stream, but welcome. Thank you. I'm making a programming language and I'm testing. I have a guessing number here. And it looks like it works. Invalid digit in string. Yeah, that's fine. Raid train. Yeah, maybe if you have another person in mind, because I'm going to need to look for someone to raid in a bit. Because everything I was working on today is working. But in case you're interested, I'm working on my own programming language, and it has like ownership semantics similar to Rust. That's what I was working this last couple streams. It doesn't have the borrow checker yet. It's checked at runtime, but it's there. We have a lot of other features too. But that's what I was working recently. It's a big project. It's very fun to work on indeed, but I don't know if I can get it to actually usable state anytime soon. All right, let me commit. Place lock. Read write lock API. This kind of thing. Alright, that's going to be it for me for today. Thank you guys for watching. Any other Rust Asians? No. No one is writing Rust on Twitch right now. Oh, Spike. I'm ending the stream. But how are you doing? And Aryan Lorient. High and by. High and by. Any suggestions? I know that there is like 2 matches on the screen, but I don't see where the match is. You guys have this problem sometimes when searching a page? It says 2 matches. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Found it. Anthony Writes Codes is a great guy. I have this in the first suggested. You know. Sure. See you guys next time. Bye.
Current strategy factory.